150 did you say of Irigoyen? Irigoyen is a street here in Argentina. And 150 is the altitude or the number of the address that he repeats. And in the transmission, I don't know if you could hear it.
No.
No.
Share your sound.
A ver, let me see.
Undo it and then share. You'll see there's a little option to share.
Share, compartir sonido, yes.
Yeah.
Let me, okay.
Hot mic on space around you.
150 dijiste de Irigoyen.
Hot mic on space around.
And you can see the astronauts. It was outside, and you know.
So that's a taxi communicating with the International Space Station.
Yes.
The ISS ordered a pizza.
Exactly. Ordered a cab.
That's awesome.
No, it was incredible. You know. For that, you can't communicate with them. You don't have the power, or maybe you have, of course, if you are a radio aficionado. But in this case, it was a radio taxi in his car, working, you know, late, and say that. No, it's unbelievable.
Incredible.
So we are live right now.
You are watching live. This is the 119th Global Star Party, an Awakening Cosmos. And I kept thinking about Carl Sagan's famous quote of, you know, we're stardust, we're a way for the universe to know itself. And it's interesting once you kind of, and I did go down that rabbit hole. So, you know, but, you know, if we are an intrinsic part of the universe, you know, the very idea of consciousness and our search to explore and find ourselves is really kind of an interesting human condition, you know. So, but if you're just now watching or signing on, we're going to get started here. Thank you for watching the 119th Global Star Party with co-hosted by Carrol Iorg, who's going to kick this off.
Oh my gosh, I see it. That is amazing. Whoa, that is so cool.
Hey everybody, Scott Roberts here from Explore Scientific and the Explore Alliance. Welcome to the 119th Global Star Party. I'll be talking about that a little bit, but we're just fresh back from the Northeast Astronomy Forum. We got to see, you know, a couple of thousand people out there, and we had some great speakers that actually presented live from our booth at NEAF. We also attended the Northeast Astronomy Imaging Conference, which was a grand affair, probably the biggest one that I had seen ever. You know, probably double in size, double the attendance, that kind of thing at the imaging conference. Of course, there was major speakers at NEAF, including Nagin Cox from the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, so many others. There was Apollo people there. It was really a spectacular event overall, and we're always happy to be at NEAF, and we want to take our hats off to the people that put that whole program together. Tonight, Carrol Iorg, the president of the Astronomical League, will be kicking off this 119th Global Star Party, where we will be talking about an awakening cosmos, with the theme that's based along the lines of Carl Sagan's famous quote of the cosmos is within us, we're made of star stuff, and we are a way for the universe to know itself. So that's big inspiration in itself. We're welcoming back space artist and author Michael Carroll, master telescope maker Normand Fullum, young astronomer Navin Senthil Kumar, who was also at NEAF, so was Normand Fullum, and then Nebraska Star Party's John Johnson, who'll be talking about the Star Party coming up. In addition to that, of course, we have David Levy, who'll be making his introduction in poetry, David Eicher with Dave's Exotic Deep Sky Objects, this time focusing on Galaxy IC 520. We have, I mentioned John Johnson, Maxi Falieres with his astrophotography that always blows people's minds. Cesar Brollo just got back from the Star Party via Valle, Grande. So he'll be talking about that major event that goes down in Argentina. Adrian Bradley is with us, Chasing Dark Skies. Robert Reeves with his Postcards from the Moon. He was at Northeast Astronomy Forum as well. Normand Fullum's presentation is Feeling the Universe. His intimate connection with the stars and the photons that make all their way to Earth and to our eyes through our telescopes. Marcelo Souza is kicking off the 15th IMAA. This is the International Meeting of Astronomy and Astronautics, and that gets started, I think, in the next day or two. So he's really excited about that. Michael Carroll will be covering the cosmic canvas, and we have John Schwartz, who will be talking about his Drawing Out the Universe segment as well. Anyways, thanks for tuning in tonight, and take it away, Carol.
Thank you so much, Scott. I would like to echo what Scott said about the wonderful time we all had at NEAF. And it's so nice to see all of our friends back here after a couple of weeks from NEAF. And we're very pleased to welcome many new friends as well. And yet it's so fitting that we call this session an Awakening Cosmos, because the cosmos really shows the way and leads us in the proper path to go, I think, often. I'd like to share my screen now. Okay, can everyone see it?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yes.
Title of my talk is Stardust and the Astronomical League's Master Observer Program. And I would like to explain a little bit about what the Master Observer Program is all about. That is the pinnacle of our League awards, and we have several different levels of that award. But basically, the people who spend all that time out under the cosmos, they've seen a lot of the results of Stardust over the years, so that's why I thought I would tie it together. And we are here for the 119th Global Star Party. It doesn't seem possible that we've reached that pinnacle. Scott, thank you so much for heading this up over these many months.
Thank you.
And echoing what Scott was saying about Carl Sagan's famous comment, and this another rendition from another author, we are all Stardust, you're all Stardust, and that is so true. And when we think about it, the elements that within the human body, there are things we see in space all the time and are out there as well. So we're all together in this universe. One of the things I'd like to talk about specifically, as I said before, is the observing program, the Master Observer Program. And the Master Observing Program itself is primarily a telescope program, and it has the one level, the basic level, if you can call 5 requirements basic, but it does require 5 different sub-programs in order to be a member of that. The general requirements for the Master Observatory Program is that the person must be a member of the Astronomical League, and there's 2 ways of doing that, either through an individual society or as a member at large. And we have several members doing those programs in both ways. One of the things about the program is that, as I said before, they must complete 5 observing programs, and occasionally the sub-programs will allow imaging, but it all depends on the program. 4 of the programs required for the Master Observer program. The number 1 one is either the Constellation Hunter for the northern skies or the Constellation Hunter program for the southern skies. And then the second program in that part is either the Messier Observing Program, that's the 110 object version, the Binocular Messier Observing Program, or the Bennett Observing Program. And the Bennett is a relatively new program. Also, the Lunar Observing Program, as well as the Solar Observing Program. In addition, once you get all 4 of those done, then you have one other choice in order to complete that requirement. It can come from either the Galileo Observing Program, the Sketching Observatory Program. And that's sort of a lost art, but it's coming back in a big way, and we're very pleased with that. The other option is the Sky Puppy Observing Program, which is primarily for younger people, but we see lots of adults having a good deal of fun with that program as well. Also, we have the Beyond Falieres Observing, the View Observing, Universe Sampler, and the Urban Program. And the Urban Program fills a real important niche for many people who are in light-polluted skies and don't have the opportunity to see bright objects, or I should say the dim fuzzies, very often. One of the things we encourage master observers to do is to show up for one of our national conventions, Alcon, and get their prizes for that major achievement in person. And we had that happen in Albuquerque for Alcon 2022. And just ironically, considering that they have some fairly decent skies in the Albuquerque area, I think there were 18, something like that, the total here. And half of those people were from Albuquerque. Imagine that, those wonderful skies out there, that they have a little advantage there. But anyway, in the Midwest, we take our skies when we can get them. We're also, again, encouraging our master observers to attend Alcon 2023 and come get their master observers plaque in person. And at least 3 of our speakers at Alcon are on the broadcast tonight. I would encourage you, anyone who is interested in the LIGO, L-I-G-O trip, make sure you get your reservation in soon, because those are filling up very rapidly. We have 1 trip that's open to about 45 or 50 people. So get your registration in now. Also, I would like to alert you and remind you that the next Astronomical League Live is being held this Friday, April 28th at 7 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And our special guest will be Michael Bakic. And wonder what Michael would be talking about? I bet it's about solar observing, the solar eclipse. And we're very honored to have him as our guest for that. I'll be there along with Terry Mann and, of course, Scott and David Levy. There's the credits. And now, as we do at all of our GSPs, I would like to introduce Dr. David Levy, who will give us his words of inspiration. And this is the 119th GSP. David, have you been to every one, or have you missed 1 or 2?
I think I missed 1.
That is an incredible run.
Although Scotty and I are debating that.
We're in disagreement.
Well, I'd say you've been to 99.9 of those, and that's
as far as all the numbered global star parties, he has been to every one.
So there you go. But David, we always appreciate your wonderful words of wisdom and your beautiful poetry. And at this point, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Well, thank you so much. It's really an honor to be here. We've missed it the last couple of weeks, but I know that Scotty and you have had a wonderful time at NEAF. And as I like to say, NEAF is neat. Anyway, in honor of Carl Sagan, my quotation today will be from him. And yes, he did say that the universe is a way for, that we are a way for the universe to know itself, which reminds me of the very famous line that I heard from the original series of Star Trek, the episode Balance of Terror. And the line is given to DeForest Kelley. And he says to Captain Kirk, he looks at him and he says, there are hundreds of billions of stars in our galaxy. There are more galaxies than anywhere else, than all the grains of sand on the Earth, and more clusters and superclusters of galaxies than all the grains of sand on the Earth. And then he pauses a minute and then he says, and despite all that, and possibly more, there is only one of each of us. We are unique. When I first heard him say that, it really affected me. It's one of the reasons that I am such a Trekkie today. Anyway, so I'm going to quote today, that's not the quote, I'm going to quote today from Carl Sagan about radio telescopes. And this is what he had to say. Modern radio telescopes are exquisitely sensitive. A distant quasar is so faint that its detected radiation amounts to a quadrillionth of a watt. The total amount of energy from outside the solar system ever received by all the radio telescopes on the planet Earth throughout time is less than the energy of a single snowflake striking the ground.
Wow.
I knew Carl, I knew him, and I know that a lot of you who did know him know of his reputation as being occasionally somewhat unfriendly. He was never that way to me, and really, I have to say it was quite an honor to get to know that man. And now, thank you so much, and back to you, Carol.
Thank you so much, David. Those are wonderful words. What a reputation he had in the astronomical community. That was wonderful. And now, Scott, back to you.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you very much, Carol, for making the effort to come on to Global Star Party and kicking this off. Up next is David Eicher, and David has hundreds of deep sky objects that he's going to talk about. In his roster, he constantly reminds me of it, but he thinks I'm going to get tired of it somehow. I don't get tired of this. I think it's his explanations of what's in galaxies, how galaxies work, nebula. I mean, the whole thing of the broad range of celestial objects are so fascinating to me, and I could listen to someone talk about it endlessly. So and that's I guess good news when it comes to us listening to Mr. Eicher, because he has a lot to say about this stuff.
You're sure you're not tired of this stuff already, Scott? Okay.
No, I'm good.
I think we're 10 objects into this list now, 424 to go.
424,
so we have not run out of them yet. But
well, this one you picked is really I couldn't find a lot of information about it. We talked about this earlier, and I didn't find the atom block picture that you talked about, but I found a couple of others, and they weren't great astrophotographs of this object. So I'm eager to learn more.
and I hope I didn't misspeak and mention the wrong kettle. So I'm going to talk about NGC 520.
Oh,
and I didn't say
I had IC 520.
Well, that's a completely different. That gives us something for next.
Right, that's my fault.
Yeah, but there's not a lot that's published on this object either.
Okay.
So go ahead and these are unusual critters, if you will. So I will share my screen and I will start a slideshow if I can. And do you see the illustration of two merging black holes?
Yes.
Okay, that has nothing to do with anything. Forget about that immediately. Okay, pay no attention to that at all. I don't want to confuse you. But instead, we'll talk about a peculiar galaxy tonight, which is kind of a famous one because back before everyone understood the spectrum of high energy distant objects in the 1970s and through the mid 1980s, this was kind of a poster child of a high energy galaxy at various wavelengths. And it was kind of a favorite object for a while of Halton Arps, of Chip Arp, who was a famous guy who cataloged peculiar galaxies. And in fact, it's the Arp catalog is the atlas of peculiar galaxies that we know about today. So this one was kind of a famous object because it was very bright in its emission in a couple of wavelengths, which we'll talk about. This is turned out to be a merging galaxy, a pair of galaxies in Pisces. It's about 100 million light years away. It was discovered by William Herschel in 1784, who certainly didn't know what it was, but it was an odd-looking object even to him in his large telescopes. In the 1960s, astronomers recognized it as a pair of merging galaxies, and now, of course, we know, as we've talked about many times, that despite the expansion of the universe, the universal expansion, gravity plays a significant role in local and regional areas, if you will, of the universe. So many, many galaxies are merging and have merged over time. And in fact, the Milky Way galaxy may consist of something like 100 tiny proto-galaxies that came together. So this is a merger of a couple of sizable galaxies that is still going on. It's visible to amateur observers pretty well because it's about 12th magnitude. It's V magnitude. It's about 4.5 arc minutes across, so it's not a huge object, but in the infrared especially, it's a very bright object. So it stuck out as a strange suspect early on, back 50 and 60 years ago. Simulations that have been run about this galaxy pair suggest the merger has been going on for about 300 million years. So it's still an early merger. And as you guys may know, and our viewers, long into the future, maybe about 4 to 5 billion years from now, the Andromeda galaxy, which is coming toward us in radial velocity, will merge with the Milky Way. So eventually we'll be in one of these kind of, more or less head-on galaxy mergers, although it will be long past our time and long past any life on Earth. Most of the mass of this galaxy pair is kind of more or less approximately edge on and show it. So it shows us a lot of prominent dust clouds along the edges of the galaxies, which makes it kind of a neat object for medium and large backyard telescopes. Let's see if I can go to the, it's not cooperating. There we go. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
It
So it's
really
way better
wanted,
than IC 520 for sure.
yeah, IC 520 is a much smaller object, which we can get to by popular demand or by command of the head of the whole organization here. We can do IC 520 as well. But for now, it's NGC 520. This is essentially the best amateur image of this object, and you can see that this is a merger. You can kind of sense the chaos that's going on with the merger here. Adam Block, there, not far from you, David, up on with the Catalina telescopes, made this image a few years ago, and this is a really good amateur image. Then we can kind of step up to, this is the Gemini Observatory, Peter Michaud here, and you can see a major league telescope showing a lot more detail here, and many background galaxies in Pisces as well. Then we can also go to, this is something you may have seen, it's a Hubble image of the galaxy pair, and here you can see this incredible detail in the dust lanes that are sort of edge on more or less to us. and some pretty good structure in some of the much more distant galaxies as well. So there's not a lot to say about this. There has not, despite this being sort of a pet object of Chip Arp's many years ago, there hasn't been a lot of stuff published on this galaxy pair. And of course, there are many, many galaxy mergers in the universe, even relatively close to us in the cosmos. So, but this is an interesting object that is fairly high up at northerly declinations, and you may not have seen yet, that you may want to check out, especially if you have an 8 or a 10 or a 16 or a 20-inch telescope. It'll look pretty cool, then the detail that you'll see with it. So one more object down. And again, just to mention, this is Astronomy Magazine's 50th anniversary year. So we have some special stuff coming up. The August issue that we're just kind of getting done with now, as far as the production, is the anniversary issue. So there's some surprises coming up in it, including the opening story that is by Adrian, who is Carl's widow, and the executive producer of Cosmos, kind of kicks off the issue for us there this year. I'll also mention, because Carol, you mentioned Michael Bakich, one of our retired now senior editors. He and I wrote this book that is a kid's introduction to space exploration, hoping to inspire a new generation of children to get into this crazy business of exploring space that is exploding, no pun intended, right before our eyes. You know, it's exploding in popularity and in numbers of missions. And sometimes we have a rocket that explodes too, but that's the price of progress. So I will stop. That's all I have now. I'll stop with the share of my screen. And Scott, thank you as always for letting me tick down on that big list.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm curious. You're probably in the know of the commercial lunar lander that's being that's coming from Japan. What has been the progress of this particular enterprise?
You know, I don't know exactly where that stands now, but there's a lot of work, you know, and in Asia, we're not privy to a lot of what's going on. Japan, JAXA, and also China, you know, has a breathtakingly ambitious program of essentially doing everything that has been done already before and doing it again and in greater detail. And the head of the Chinese program, in fact, was a Starmus speaker 2 Starmuses ago now, and people's jaws were open, you know, at all the things that China is planning and putting governmental funding into in a big, big way. So there are Chinese lunar manned missions also on the drawing board that are being worked on as well as Japan and presumably the United States, of course,
Sure.
as well. We have that exploratory orbital mission coming up here with American astronauts as well. So
It should get real exciting over this next few years. I think.
it's very exciting. Do we have another space race? You know, maybe we do, because now we have, you know, Russia going off and doing crazy things, but China, also now a major competitor as far as the West is concerned, has a serious space program that is in overdrive as well. So maybe we have a second generation space race coming along here that we'll be able to watch in the coming few years here, or decade.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, I had a comment about that space race. This one includes private enterprise with SpaceX trying to get some groundbreaking stuff off the ground as well. So it's going to be a little different, not just as far as countries and possible political implications, but free enterprise joining the space race as well. So it's even more, I think there's even more higher stakes as this goes on.
Absolutely right, Adrian. And you know, not only do we need to, you know, there's ambition is tremendous here about what these guys are talking about and the amounts of money that they want to do. And if we ever get beyond going back to the moon, which could be done individually by countries, if people want to, shovel enough coin into it. But, aside from the danger, which is very, very real, no less than anything else from radiation of a months-long flight, if ever humans go to Mars, it's going to have to be in international cooperation and also involving private industry because it's so incredibly ambitious and so expensive. So let's hope that we can, not to, preach politics, but let's hope we can minimize the chaos, destruction, and warfare and maybe, cooperate and do some things that are constructive for the whole human race together here. That we're going to see that, I think, to do some of those things.
If it's one community that cooperates across country lines and even across corporate lines, it's the astronomy community and the science community. So I would love to see that continue when it comes to something this big. So I think it will. That's, and I to everyone watching, we just have to, unfortunately, it means making sure that the politicians that are in place agree with that and, voting to make sure that continues. So, this might be a plug for the Planetary Society, but I'm going to stop there because we don't want to derail this too much.
It's a good organization, though, and I think I couldn't agree more, Adrian, with what you said, and I think it's going to be a very exciting decade. Whereas we're not going to be, bless the Apollo astronauts, and thank goodness Charlie and Jim Lovell and others are still around, but we may begin to sort of look a little more toward the future here and just instead of just remembering when we did great things, 50 years ago.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I know we're as a generation, I think we're eager to take the next step. So I think that's going to drive some of it. Hopefully it drives the type of cooperation we need.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well said.
All right. So, before we go to our next speaker, Mr. John Johnson of the Nebraska Star Party, I do just kind of want to touch on that April is Global Astronomy Month. Within this month, we had Astronomy Day, we had Dark Sky Week. We saw a launch of SpaceX's largest rocket ever. In fact, I guess the largest rocket ever. So. We got lots of spectacular things that happened in this month. Being at NEAF, being able to rub shoulders with our friends in the astronomical community was fantastic. And it was also, I guess, the 33rd anniversary of the Hubble Space Telescope, and they did a little feature about that. And I'm going to play that right now, and then after that, we're going straight over to John Johnson. Well, I hope you enjoyed that. It's now my pleasure to bring up John Johnson from the Nebraska Star Party. It is getting close to that time again. You know, the Nebraska Star Party is site of one of the world's darkest sites for amateur astronomers, and John's here to talk all about it.
Okay, thank you, Scott. How's this look? Everybody hear me all right?
We hear you fine.
Good, good. Okay. Yeah, I figure it's about time to bring everybody up to date on what we're doing up here in Nebraska, Star Party wise and otherwise. I was trying to figure out how I could maybe tie into the theme there of waking in the cosmos, and the best thing I could come up with was we're up here trying to awaken everybody up to the fabulous dark skies we have, especially up in north central Nebraska, and awakening people to the sheer enjoyment of learning more about the stars and the night skies. As most of you know, I'm also heavily involved with outreach events here for the Omaha Astronomical Society, and I think I've done at least 5 already this month and have 2 more this weekend. So,
wow.
So we're awakening everybody to the cosmos up here. So there's my tie-in. Okay, so I have the little PowerPoint. I did some updates. Let's see if I can bring this up. There it is.
Yeah,
how's that? Is that working for everybody?
Yeah, perfect. Looks good.
Okay, I'll run through these, just my general spiel for the Star Party, and then if anybody has any questions, we can talk afterwards. As I said, we a fully registered nonprofit organization to promote and encourage both public and private astronomical observing sites or activities. We encourage dark sky friendly outdoor lighting practices in the state of Nebraska. We sponsor the annual Star Party up at Merritt Reservoir, which is about 35 miles southwest of Valentine. And 2023 will be our 30th year of holding the Star Party. So we're planning some extra special things this year, including some special speakers and hopefully some International Dark Sky Party representation to help commemorate our site up there at Merritt Reservoir. Just for you that haven't seen this before, here's Nebraska. There's Valentine, Nebraska. That's the closest town to our site. Valentine has a population about 300 or about 3,200. There, the A teardrop mount marks the spot there. It's a beautiful lake that was built back in the 60s as an agricultural irrigation project, but it has become a beautiful recreation site, not only for observing the night sky, but also for boating and fishing. The nationally known fishing lake there too. But here's a little reason why we hold it there. And I have got, in my little presentations I do for outreach in the public, this just always blows everybody away. As you know, if you're seeing this, is a Bortle scale representation of the massive light pollution, especially in the eastern half of the United States. And you'll notice there is that odd looking little, looks like some kind of critter up there, and that's black up there in north central area of Nebraska. And that is where we have the Star Party. And this is where up close, the X marks the spot. We're inside that Bortle 1 area there. There's a little bit of light plume we might get from out here. This is Valentine, about 35, 40 miles away. On really transparent nights, you barely see anything there. Other than that, we got the rest of the 360-degree horizon is dark.
Yep.
And Scott can attest to that.
I can attest to that. You can watch the stars rise and set just almost as bright overhead, right at the
on the horizon. Yeah. Okay. We emphasize education and teaching new people about the night sky. We hold a beginner's field school. We hold 3 2-hour sessions Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday at the Valentine High School. On Wednesdays, we also have our lecture series, and I'll tell you a little bit later about who we're lining up for lectures and talks this year. We also hold, and we try to really emphasize our event as a family event, family oriented. That's why we try to have it during the summer months before school starts for most people in the fall. Although that's getting harder and harder every year, it seems like to get it ahead of that. But bring your families. We have on Wednesday too. We hold a children's program, which is well received. But you can't beat the beauty of the night sky. And most pictures don't even do it justice. But here are a few to give you some ideas. There's a shot I think I took of the summer Milky Way. There's the North Milky Way. There you can see a little bit of plume. This is probably a 30, 40-minute second exposure. Of course, you see this is natural light pollution. You see the green streaks there of ionized oxygen, but you can see the Milky Way trailing all the way down to the northern horizon too. There was just a close-up somebody took of the Andromeda M110 there. We also get some other natural light pollution. It's been a few years since we've had it, but I have a feeling this year with all the increase in sun activity that we may see some aurora. We had quite a display up here Sunday night. I'm sure most of you have heard about, well, probably others have taken pictures of it. I almost got out, but I missed it. But there was other members of the Omaha Astronomical Society that did and got some fabulous aurora pictures. There's a scene from what we call Dobro. It's an asphalted area about half the size of a football field where we can set up the big scopes on nice smooth asphalt surfaces, and it makes an ideal spot. And it really does just become one big party. People, yelling out, "Hey, come look and see what I got in mine," and "Oh, well, look over here," and everyone just has on clear nights, an enjoyable time there. Now, these are some shots taken by a regular attendee from Chicago area, Matthew or Matt Bilisky. These are some he took just this last summer. That shows our tents that we set up, not only for vendors for swap meets and vendors, but for our evening meals. We have meals on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday nights there at the campground. There was another beautiful shot from Dobro with the telescopes.
Wow.
This is one of
Wait, how did he sneak into Dobro with that Astro camera? He must have covered it really well to be able to stand there. I get the shakes when I take.
Well, I'm sure he had it. He probably had it on. I mean, I'm not sure of the camera. I think he has a full frame Nikon with one of the really wide angle lenses.
Yeah. Well, even those, you can get some light peeking out of the back. So he must have taken care of that in order to not interrupt the. So that. Something for me to keep in mind if I attempt anything like that during at Dobro.
Well, Adrian, you got to get out here.
I got to get out there.
One of the most spectacular ones, because we had early evening, we had a thunderstorm that just skirted by us. Fortunately, it missed us, but it built up and down. That's looking, of course, to the southeast there, and it was a phenomenal display of lightning in that huge thunderhead that went on down there.
I love that.
That's a shot of
it's like the Milky Way exploding.
The Milky Way with and that's another fellow that comes out from Chicago. Some of you may have heard of him, Dragon Nicken. He's got what is that? A 25-inch obsession there. he brings out.
Incredible.
Yeah. And that's okay. That's my last. There again, Scott.
So that Thunderhead was also impressive.
Yeah. Well, I'll get to. Yeah, we brag about it, but Scott can attest, and so does Kent March, who was up there last summer.
Oh yeah.
The Milky Way casts a shadow. When you get fully dark adapted, you can see faint shadowy thing, especially if you hold or stand up against a white surface like a trailer or your hand on a white sheet of paper. The light casts a shadow.
Yeah,
that's how dark it is.
When you go to Nebraska Star Party, you're going to want to bring like some sort of like anti-gravity chair, something you can lay back. Okay, because just to sit out there and look at the Milky Way with no telescope, okay, is such an incredible joy, and just to bask in all that starlight. It's amazing. I'm always shocked at the numbers of people who have never seen the Milky Way. They say something like 80% of the population in the United States has never seen it. And
I was down even in Nebraska. I was down last Saturday night. We held an event. I guess it was Saturday 4th. But anyway, we held an event down in University of Nebraska Lincoln at Morrill Hall, which is kind of their science thing, and we had people from not only representing Omaha Astronomical Society, but the Prairie Astronomy Club, which is a partner club in Lincoln that members work on the Nebraska Star Party, and then several other entities there. And yeah, like Scott said, I'm just amazed. People will come up. And I had those pictures laying out there, and it was like, I mean, can you really see the Milky Way?
Can you really see it?
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Right.
So your sky probably dark as, if not darker, very similar to Okie-Tex. So I know what it's like.
What it can be like. Yep.
Yeah. When the Milky Way comes out and it's not even full astronomical twilight, you're still in nautical twilight. And that core comes out.
And that area down there around Sagittarius is just always
it's bright. What you're seeing in that picture you're showing us is what you see with your naked eye. And even though I've seen it a couple times now going down the Okie-Tex, it's still an amazing thing to watch it just appear right in front of your eyes. And it becomes the highlight of any dark sky.
Yep. I have
like that.
I've only missed 3 in the 30 years. So a lot of times the first night, like Scott said, just bring your zero gravity chair up there. Maybe have your binoculars laying with you, but just lean back and watch the night sky.
Yeah, that's right.
Develop. And it's thrill.
Another hint for you all, watch the Milky Way go from horizon to horizon too. You'll not only see that bright area, but the whole Milky Way comes on display. And if you stay up all night, I don't know if you're there in time for the Orion side to come out, because you're doing your dates are June or July.
Yeah, it's usually just 2 years ago, I did an all-nighter because I was imaging or not 2 years. When it was 3 years, it'll be 3 years when I was imaging the comet Neowise. And as dawn approaches, you'll see, I think, some of Taurus, what's Bellatrix, Betelgeuse might pop above the horizon there before you at that time of year into July.
It gets and it gets a little brighter
there. But
so it's fantastic to see the whole Milky Way drift through the sky, both sides. Can't go wrong with imaging either side.
It's interesting how if you watch it, if you're out there that many, several hours, you see how it rotates and shifts around in the sky. It's always fascinating to me. Anyway, let's move. Okay. And not only nighttime, but daytime, you'll have some awesome sights. This was one for a few years ago, but this thunderhead built up to the east of us And that is just an awesome sight. Now, last summer, we had one build up to that. This is the earlier picture of that storm I showed you at the nighttime. We just dodged a bullet, as they say here. It was building up to the southwest,
Wow.
and then it
that's
drifted
beautiful.
on it, and it cleared off that night, and we were clear. But here's another example of we have a great partnership with the Nebraska Game and Parks, and they mow down. It's all, they call it the sandhills, but it's all natural grass land. And so they'll come out and mow off. So we never have a problem of not having enough area for you to pull in your RV or set up your camper or whatever, and just observe right from where your vehicle is. So, and that was the awesome sunset. Yeah. Okay. We had great news, and I alluded to it earlier. Just after Star Party, or in the fall of last year, working with IDA and our collaboration with Nebraska Game and Parks Commission and the Nebraska Tourism Commission, that area was designated as a Merit Reservoir SRA as a dark sky park.
Yay.
Officially, yay. Drum roll, yeah. We've been working on that for probably the better part of 12, 15 years, but we finally got it to happen. It became the 200th worldwide dark sky park. And we're working with the Game and Parks people to help them, because as part of the designation for a park, you have to put on some other events, and a minimum of 4 events. And we've got 4 events lined up for this year now. One of them actually starting this, it's going to be out there this Saturday night, the 29th. I got some other members that are attendees live a little bit closer than me, because it's about a 5.5 hour drive up there. But there's some of our folks working with the Game and Parks people who are going to present a program for Saturday night, the 29th. So we're actively continuing to promote and push dark skies. Okay, specifics for this year. The dates this year are July 16th through the 21st. We had to bump our costs a little bit just because we provide, setting up the tents and food and, extra porta potties and everything. So we had to up our price a little bit. We're probably still the most economical Star Party around, but so $60 for adult. We kept the kids at 15, and if you don't get it in before July 1st, then we bump it to 75, because we need to know numbers and get things going. We'll probably still take walk-ins if you want to wait and take your chances. But and as I said earlier, we have a really fabulous catered meal on Sunday. We kick off on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and then Thursday. Wednesday, we don't have anything because we hope everybody's in town at the high school and Valentine. That's part of our thing for the community, or Valentine. Bring the tourists in, have them spend money in town. So we promote that, and they're really, really on board with us there. And beginners field classes, lecture series. I guess I've been through some of this before. And we have a great t-shirt design. There's our t-shirt design this year, already made up. Nice. Celebrating our 30th year, Nebraska Star Party, popping the cork there. So you can order your t-shirts ahead of time too. We got some great speakers at least tentatively lined up. We're going to have Hap Griffin. He's Vice President of Engineering at South Carolina ETV, but he's probably most known for his modifying DSLRs. I don't know if he's still doing that or not, but he's also built himself an amazing observatory, and is astro imager and into imaging, looking for asteroids and everything. And along with that, yeah, he's Lexington County, Kentucky, or South Carolina. Pranvera is Hysini, which I think was on GSP, just a week or two ago?
Yeah. We got.
And I think she was up at
Northeast Astronomy Forum as well.
This young lady has been quite, her star continues to rise. I'm just totally impressed. I first met her at the Astronomical League convention in 2018 up in Minneapolis. But she was out, didn't get a chance. She gave a quick talk on her background then. One of the other gentlemen we had there speaking that year was Martin Gaskill, who is a PhD professor at University of California, Santa Cruz, that's UCSC. He was so impressed, and at that point, she was trying to see where she wanted to further her education. So he got her in out there, and she's already blown through her master's program and is now in a PhD program.
And today is her birthday.
I think it is. You're right, Maxi. Well,
yeah.
Thank you for bringing that up.
I say hi to his Facebook.
Well, I'll have to jump on and wish her happy birthday. I haven't been on Facebook today to see what was. Only so many hours in the day, as they say. And I mean, we're still trying to see if we can get an IDA international rep. We may end up just having to either have a recorded video or do a Facebook, or I mean, somehow electronically have them in. But so that's kind of our lineup. Let's see what else here. Oh, our website there. Just nebraskastarparty.org. You can see more pictures and more what we're about there. We do have a Facebook site. I try to keep that up, although I don't get up there very much to do much, but it's there with details. The early registration, I said earlier, is open through July 1st. We'll still take reservations, but it'll cost you a little more. And you can register online, or you can download the registration form and mail it with payment. Questions? Okay. Anyway, I'll take it back. So.
Okay, that's great. Thank you, John.
Let's see.
Here,
thank you.
There we
John,
are. Okay.
There we are.
I need you to keep shaming me if I miss it each and every year, because you're going to get me to jump in the vehicle and drive.
Adrian, I will.
I'm going to make it to. If I can't do the whole week, I'll do a couple of the days at least.
Well, that's it. I tell people, don't stress if you think you can't make it for the whole week.
Adrian, once you're there, you won't leave. So.
You won't leave.
You know,
so,
I better bring my work laptop too, because that's going to be a work from home week.
That's right.
Home.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you.
Yeah, if you need any more information, you know how to get a hold of me. Very good.
I better ask this question real quick, John. In case you covered it, I'm sorry, but internet, how does
we do have pretty decent internet out there. I think there's a cell tower with 5G on it out there.
Okay.
Not all, depending on who your carriers are, but and I could do a little more research if you want me to find out which ones for sure. But we usually have somebody at least with a good phone there watching the weather, because we try to keep, as that one picture showed, we dodged a close one there last year, but they do have a tendency to build up and strike with very little warning out there. That's one of the, I hate to, but that is kind of a thrilling thing if you've never been in out there and seen clouds like that build up, and they'll build up extremely fast and cause some wind and whatever.
Yeah, well, good to know. That's definitely something I'll be looking into. We can't play hooky from work, but see dark skies. I'll try to do almost whatever it takes. And ironically, we drive through that area on the way down to Oklahoma. So
it's not. You get that close. Yeah, for you, if you get at least to the Nebraska border, you're 3/4 of the way there. Yeah,
that's right. That's right.
All right.
All right, guys. So up next is Maxi Falieres, all the way down in Argentina. He always shows us some really cool southern sky objects, and I'm sure this week will be no exception. Maxi, you've got the stage.
Thank you, Scott. Good night, everyone. And John, impressive place to be there. I hope one day in my life could be in the Nebraska Star Party. Tonight what I'm going to show you is what I've been doing last week, because we started having a new moon. So I tried to run away with my little scope with some friends to a farm area 20 kilometers to the north. to see if I can capture some galaxy places like the Marcanian chain. But first of all, let me share my screen. Okay, do you see it?
As always, Maxi, we see that beautiful eclipse photo. So
Great.
yes.
Perfect. So basically, I wanted to show you where I was taking pictures. For example, this is my city. This is a pollution, unfortunately, a light pollution area. But I drive to the northwest, almost 25 kilometers, and almost here I have a Bortle class 3. So you can see the stars with naked eye. You can see the Great Magellanic Cloud. You can see all a lot of course, the core of the Milky Way. And what I was doing here was trying to capture to the north area because this is the galaxy season that we call it, and I have it almost on the north of my place. So before that, I remember that David Eicher was showing some big crashes of galaxies, and another example that we have is the antenna galaxies that maybe someday the Milky Way and the Andromeda galaxy will collision it like this. And in this case, you can see the both arms spreading away and to mix all in one single galaxy. This is amazing. And this is one of my goals for caption last week, but I couldn't because I have a lot of wind. But anyway, I want to show you what I was capturing. First of all, I started with the famous triplet of Leo. This is with the telescope ASCAR lens, 200 millimeters, an f4, for example, and my ZWO 5033 color camera. And you can see what else. Let me minimize this. Okay. You have the triplet of Leo, but also another galaxies and tiny galaxies. This lens works really fine capturing nebulas and other stuff, but galaxies doesn't match if the galaxy doesn't really huge. But my wish was capturing the Marcanian exchange or part of that, because I have 1 inch square sensor, and that's why my pictures are square. And for example, this is what I get post-processing and stacking the part of the Marcanian chain. You can see here is M87. Here's M86, parts of the rest of the galaxies. Here's another ones. This is a really good place, almost to watch it through a telescope, but to capture it works really fine. Then we was capturing this, but more later the Ophiuchus region starting to goes up, so I point my scope there, and I was taking almost 45 minutes pictures of 3 minutes each one, and this is the result. But I didn't process this very well yet, but
looks pretty good right now.
you see a lot of colors,
Look at
nebulas, stars, shapes. global cluster.
It makes
Star
me
cluster.
feel
Couple
bad,
clusters there.
Maxi.
Which cluster is that,
Now I
Maxi?
get processing, and it looks mind blowing already. So
Yeah,
Yeah,
you had.
which cluster is that
I think
already?
this was M4, Messier 4.
Oh,
I
okay.
think
Oh,
it
so you're
was.
scoping. So M4 and NGC 6927
No,
or
I
something
don't
like that.
remember.
I don't either, but yeah,
so many
that's one that we
NGCs.
can see in the north.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I have it here
It's beautiful.
above my head all the night. You know, when you watch
Yeah,
it, a single.
That is going to turn out beautiful if that's just one frame.
No,
or
no,
if
this
you-
it was a stacking of.
Okay. Oh, you stacked them.
Yes, almost 45 minutes capturing of 3 minutes. 50,
Okay.
15 pictures I stacked here.
Yeah.
But
Oh, really nice.
in this case, like I say, I have a square sensor, so I doesn't have this part of all that place, so it's incomplete. So I tried to do the last weekend because we went and meet with some friends in Alberti in the observatory, and well, at last hour we don't have too much hopes that we could be there because the weather says no, it's going to be cloudy, it's going to be raining and everything, but it turns 1800 degrees, and we went there with some friends. We've been preparing our scopes. Here, for example, Germán Baccaro, he's preparing his GCO 8 inches. This is a Richtich, I think it calls, with a QHY capture camera and a filter wheel and everything. This is my telescope, well, my car here, my 8 inches, and also I prepared the ASCAR lens. And this was the equipment of Gabriel Peruso. That this is another angle. You know, you can see here behind of this place. You are wondering what is this? What do you think is this behind here?
Barbecue?
Bravo!
Isn't
Yes,
that the number 2 thing that every astronomer does in Argentina? They look at the stars and then they barbecue.
yes,
I
of course.
think I'm going to have to start this tradition here in the Americas. Star party. All we do is look at the stars, and that's supposed to be
Yeah, you gotta
enough.
barbecue.
No
right?
way.
Yeah, this is a barbecue place because if you meet with a lot of people, you will need to prepare a lot of food, you know. And
Sure.
of course, if you can build one, why we don't have 2
Yeah.
parrillas, that we call it? This is a parrilla, but we didn't use this that night because we went to
Keep it dark.
yeah, we need to keep it dark, keep it clean without smoke,
Yeah.
because we start fire here, you know. And but we are going to inaugurate this place someday, maybe in a couple of months. So here's another angle of the equipments. We had all prepared before the sunset, and you can see here in the north there are some clouds almost. It doesn't pretty much,
Yeah,
but
a little bit.
but it's in the north, so the word say now says lies for being common.
It's like a great place. to set up.
So the sunset is going to go. You can see I capture a lot of pictures with this is with the ASCAR lens. This is the fence that surround the observatory for security. But anyway, you can see the sunset, and also in this place in the tree, it was a bird flying.
Oh, perfect. Perfect.
Also, this is another one. I
Yeah.
really like when the sun goes like this. This reminds me, for example, that scene from the Lion King in Africa or something like that. You know, I really love
Yes.
that.
It's even better because you can actually
Watch it. Yeah,
You know,
naked eye.
yeah, it's below the point at which the light will blind you.
And also we have the moon. It was
There you go.
a pretty crescent moon after the hybrid eclipse in Australia or Oceania. But you know, this was 1.5 days, and when I searching for the moon, I couldn't see it because I thought it was more thin, but no, it was beyond that. Well, here's Gabriel Peruso. This is typical mate and the thermo, where it's the hot water, so you can drink it. And of course, we were chatting, eating some biscuits, and of course, preparing for the night. I took this picture of him with his scope, like a shadow, and also for to Herman.
That's cool. I like that.
Yeah, you know, Herman. Gabriel loves this picture. You know, he said, "No, man, that's a really
Oh, yeah.
good picture." I told him it's a profile picture too.
Yeah, he could put that for his profile picture online.
Yes. So, well, that night we prepared, we start to taking pictures. They went to the Sombrero Galaxy and the C83. This is the, I don't remember the name, Galaxy 2 in Centaurus. But I've been working with two equipments. With my 8 inches telescope, I was capturing these objects. Of course, the moon with the scope, with the big one, before the moon goes out. So let me auto stretch. You can see all the circumference of the moon. And then I started to try to capture the antenna galaxy, but the wind was really tough. So, no, sorry, before that, I started to M87 because this is not processed yet. This is only the stacked image because I want to capture the nucleus. And let me see if I can stretch it manually, because you see all bright in the core, but here in this place is the jet that's coming up from the inside of the black the black hole of M87. Let me see if I can stretch it. Sorry. Yes. Preview. Here's the core, and here's part of that jet that's coming from this galaxy. Now, this is incredible. Of course, if you search it through the Space Telescope, you will watch it with a little more details. But anyway, capturing this is unbelievable, doing with your scope. So, do you hear me, guys, or I lost connection?
No, we still hear you good, or at least I do.
Great. Well, like I said, this is the object that I want to capture, and if we compare of what I doing last a couple of days before this, you can see this is M87 and it's right here. You know, I have almost the same field of view, the same position. Sorry, if I zoom it, you'll see this star is here. These 3 stars are here, M87, 2 galaxies, a star, but look at the difference if I zoom this. This is one-on-one, and this is one-on-one. There's a huge difference. Of course, it depends of the lens of the equipment that you have. Well, then I tried to capture the antenna galaxies, but the wind was really tough. So I searched another object that I could do almost all night long. And then I went to the classical M83. This is the Southern Wheel-Peel Galaxy. This is a really huge object that we can capture here in the Southern Hemisphere. And in this case, I could resolve the more of the core and the arms of the galaxy. And of course, another little galaxies beyond that here, they're really, really far away. But I'm really happy with this process. But unfortunately, I could not do this all night long because at 1 a.m. the fog starts to comes that we couldn't see it in any pages of weather, even satellite images. That wasn't there, but we were under that fog, and we had to grab our equipment and put it again to our cars, and say, okay, that's that we get.
Image. Oh yeah, gorgeous.
Thank you, Scott. So well, we are trying to process and stack some images, practicing, and then everyone goes to our homes. I bring here 7 a.m. I think. I have only 1 hour travel, but these guys have almost 2.5 or maybe 3 hours driving without sleep. You know, it's really, really tough. So this was with my first equipment, but with the lens, I was capturing the Carina Nebula. This is the field of view that I get with my Nikon D80. This is a really old camera, but anyway, I could solve when I stacked and I process pretty quick, like this picture. You can see all the colors of the nebulosity, and of course it doesn't see too much details, but I'm really good with the results. I also try to capture the raw Fuco place that I tried the days ago. You can see this is M4. This is another one. This is Antares. But I have this square, but here I have a lot of more. And you know, there's, well, here I couldn't stack this yet. And also I was capturing or tried to capture the Tarantula Nebula with the core of the Great Magellanic Cloud and the another one's nebulosities that surround this beautiful place that we have here in the southern hemisphere. So well, I think this is all what I've been doing. Let's continue with the schedule. Sorry if I've been a little more.
No, it's just fine. It's just fine. Thank you so much, Maxi. So what is your next adventure? What are you going to be?
Well, I will try to maybe focus on the core of the galaxy, maybe try to capture some, practicing with a new filter that I could been doing astrophotography in my home, in my backyard, because the light pollution it's really tough. So I want to work with emission nebulas or planetary nebulas that with feature will comes more the data, and of course blocks the light pollution in the city. But maybe next month we will go there to Alberti again, try to hope if the weather help us. But anyway, I'm really grateful to Marcos from Alberti to, you know, he couldn't be there, but he said, Maxi, go there. You are he treated me like if I owe the place. But of course, I don't
Oh,
own.
that's
This is
nice.
not my place. He brings. He say go for my political father, and he will give you the keys of the place,
Perfect.
because he um, uh, believes in me. Of course, I will
Trust you.
not. He trust me,
Yeah.
and I'm really grateful for that. And of course, every time that I could help him, of course, in the astronomy, or maybe someone has a question, if I can answer, I will do it with no problem. He invite me again, maybe because it will going to be more people like a couple months ago. And I say, yes, man, if I don't have to do anything yet, but for me, it's a yes. You can count with me. So, you know, I didn't pay for this place.
Hmm.
This is free. This is for everyone that
Yeah, it's
want to
great.
come.
It's great.
So that's my reward for them. Of course, doing publicity of the place,
Sure.
because it is a really comfortable place. You can chat and you can observe the sky, and of course he allows me to grab a Dobson telescope, and when we start to take pictures, parallel, we start to watch some places that I know. And some of the guys didn't remember how it looks like watch it through a telescope. So sometimes it's really good to remember that, or feel that. And they
Absolutely.
feel like they have 10 years old only,
Yeah, that's
because
good.
you feel the passion, you feel it, and you remember when you capture it, but you are seeing with your eyes, and that's a huge difference.
That's right. That's
Mm.
right. Wonderful. Well, Maxi,
Well,
thank you so much. Thank you.
no, thank you to you guys, and have a good night.
All right. Good night. Okay. So we're going to take about a 10-minute break here. And I have a little feature, just it's like 30 seconds long, but it's like another audio file of what space sounds like. So this is done by NASA. So after the 10-minute break, you'll hear this, but so you want to be watching for it, otherwise you're going to miss it. It goes by really quick. So here we go.
César, ¿andás por ahí?
Sí, ¿me escuchás?
Sí, sí, te escucho bien. ¿Cómo andamos?
Espectacular, espectacular. Che, qué lindo, ¿eh? Qué lindo, muy, muy bueno, muy prolijita las fotos, impresionante. Lo
Sí.
que yo pensé que era el observatorio son las parrillas, eso es.
Sí, pero obvio,
Tamaño.
cuando venga la vamos a tener que estrenar, pues no la estrenamos todavía.
Pero aparte ahí, digamos, tenemos dos parrillas de casi 2 metros de ancho. ¿Cómo llenamos eso?
Y bueno, habrá que llenar. No, pero vamos a tener que hacer, por eso para el fin de ese de junio, si podemos, olvídate, hacemos algo.
Claro, sí, ya lo estamos organizando, yo estoy hablando.
¿Cómo anda, querido?
Todo muy bien, me encantó tu presentación.
Bueno, gracias. O sea que el miércoles sí nos habíamos escapado con los chicos ahí a un campo acá por Huergo. Y no sabés lo que era la noche. Ya los estaba esperando en la tranquera con el auto, me bajé un cachito y me avisó la Skyportal de que venía la ISS. Cuando veo, salía la ISS, pero
Sí,
después arriba estaban los Starlink. No, una locura.
ahí ya apareció Maxi, presta la parrilla, te dice Martín Telechea.
No es mía la parrilla, pero más que
No, ya
bienvenido.
sé, no importa.
Adrian te saluda.
Sí.
Que son
Book. Adrian es un capo, un máster de la espectrometría.
¿Ah, sí?
Sí, estuvo haciendo
Vi una foto de espectro con
una espectroscopía.
espectrógrafo.
Sí, con filtro, con el grating red. Sí. Así que bueno, algunas fotos vamos a presentar y la semana que viene vamos a presentar más fotos todavía. Tengo una acá, a ver si me la pasan. Bueno, voy a tratar de llegar a tiempo a subir algunas más y si no la semana que viene ya vamos a presentar las imágenes procesadas porque hay muy poquito, todavía es todo crudo, ¿no?
Uh-huh.
No somos como Maxi que mientras saca procesa.
No, si te digo después no, acá no puedo decir cómo estuve procesando. Pero bueno.
Estrechando así a los heavy metal, me parece.
Y más o menos.
Qué bueno.
Hasta remotamente estuve procesando, así que ya te dije todo.
Qué bueno. Qué genio. Ahí se siguen sumando. Hi, Buck Davis. How are you? Qué bueno.
También Norm Hughes te saluda.
Sí, también. Hi, Norm. Qué bueno.
Yeah, we got a lot of people watching from around the world, it looks like here.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. How are you doing, Cesar?
Yes, I'll close the doors for the noise here in 1 second, and I can.
Big party going on? Is there parties? No.
Sorry.
Are there parties happening?
Another star party?
No, si hay una fiesta alrededor tuyo.
No. But you know that the last 2 weeks ago, when I was presenting from the balcony, I had in our Zoom, because we have we call it Zoom to a place where the people use to make parties, and I had a party in my back. Really
good
with music. Yes, and but because it's from the same condo of the tower, we have a saloon for parties and barbecue, very big. I remember that this 2 weeks ago, maybe I remember that 3 weeks ago, that if you feel music, yes, was real, was an electronic music from the from the saloon.
A room for multiple uses.
Yes, yes, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. It's a home. Book David Cesar. Excellent. Well, I'll close here in my home doors and I can start to present when you tell me.
It's going to be Cesar's
Voy a
time.
cerrar las puertas. Voy a presentar.
César, ¿qué tenemos una
That's a
caja
lot
fuerte?
of doors to close.
Está en una caja fuerte.
No, where? No, no, no.
Almost 4 doors. I hear.
Yeah, boom, boom, boom.
Yes, yes.
Okay,
Yes,
listen to this.
I close the doors a little faster.
It reminds me Get Smart Siri. In the
Yes,
presentation.
yes. Well, I'm more. Yes. The sound of the space.
This sounds like fluid or something drifting out of space or something. It's really.
I thought it was
play that one more time. This was this
but
is a citizen science program that you can participate in.
Almost like it sounds like a photon traveling through space.
Yeah. I thought you might like that, Norman.
Yeah.
But it's not the same with the Caesar's doors closing.
Right.
With the sound of the Caesar doors.
Okay, so up next here is Cesar Brollo. He is just coming back from the Valle Grande Star Party, or Valle. Is it Valle? Is that how it's pronounced?
Valle o Valle. In Argentina
Okay.
es Valle.
Grande Star Party. So the Grand Valley Star Party, and the stage is all yours, Cesar. So take it away.
Está muteado, César.
No audio.
But now you
Now.
can
Yes,
hear me?
yes.
Yes. Sorry.
Now.
Okay. Well, hi everyone. Good night. Just yesterday I returned from the province of Mendoza in my country, Argentina, and I just returned from the Valle Grande Star Party. That is a star party that I am a part of the organization. I am a sponsor too, and we started in the year 2000. This year was particularly a great edition because was the institute that is of the astronomer Jaime Garcia. It's an institute that work in education, all about the teaching and for the people for astronomy and science, supporting to students in many places. Instituto Copérnico was founded by Jaime Garcia, my friend, and he's mathematics and astronomer, and he worked by many years with this own institution, and he started 50 years ago. This year, of course, that as I feel a member of Instituto Copernico, especially in the part of to maintain and support their instruments, optical instruments, astronomical instruments, and working working together to make every year this star party from the 2000 year. Well, I'll show you the last star party. I have some pictures to share with the audience. Inviting, of course, for the next edition in 2024, in 2, 3, and 4 May of 2024, sorry, and of course that all people that can contact me to give you the directions for the next year. Maybe in the end of this year, I prepare a special presentation to invite for the edition of 2024. Well, let me share the screen. Let me, you can see the picture, or you can see the...
I can see the thumbnails.
Okay, no. I need to show you the pictures, the screen. Okay, here. You can see now the picture.
Yes.
Okay. Well, here is the first day when we arrived. This is the hotel. This is all the facilities. This is the first day when the people arrived. Something that was funny this year was that normally we started on Friday, but this year normally one night before we started to make a barbecue only for the people that arrived early, and we started to be no more than 15 people, 10 people, 15, 20. This year, in the unofficial barbecue of the Wednesday, we was 62 people, and we decided start one day early for next year officially, because don't have more sense to make a barbecue only to think. Sorry.
You like it? Yeah. This comes from India.
I don't know. I have some noise.
We have some audio. If you're not speaking right now, please mute.
Really cool. I got it. I was in India, I think in October, November. Yeah, and they gave me it, and I thought really amazing.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, Marcelo, I think it may be coming through.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Marcelo, I think we can hear some of the.
I muted Marcelo there. Okay.
Yes.
He's got a big party. He's going to come up next here. So.
There it goes.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Cesar.
Okay. And something that was great for us, that we put a name, we make a new night, and we will having one night more in our star parties. Well, this one is the first thing that we can go to make. We repair. We went to the Instituto Copérnico Observatory, that is in the facilities of Jaime Garcia vineyard. He worked measuring bright of the stars, and we installed last year EXOS to explore scientific mount. This year, I don't know if Alex Skander tell you, Scott, that Alex was working with us in this picture. Alex, yes, Alex Skander was inside the pictures. He worked with us last Friday to put, yes, he was a great support to configure all things that the Jaime Garcia need from this mount for work remotely, and we was happy to have this mount working now. Of course, Jaime Garcia was totally thankful about this.
Excellent.
Yes. I need to say thank you to Alex Skander from Explore Scientific, because he make us a great work to configure the all functions of this mode as guiding remote controls, using a not so new notebook computer. Well, this was one of the first day part of the lunch. You know that in Argentina, all about foods is very important, and of course that our star party have a lot of a great part of food and happiness, and well, and this year, here is an astronomer from Chile. She is a physics and astronomer, Jaime Garcia, and she is Catalina Mora Urrejola. He's Jaime Garcia. Here you have one of the first pictures of the Milky Way with a cell phone. Here you have the first dinner in the night. Here you can see the talks, one of many talks in the hotel facilities. All is inside the hotel, and you have telescope, talks, everything is in the same place. It's very comfortable. This one is another kind of talks. This is talks that is their tradition in our star parties. Gabriel Bengochea is a cosmologist, a physics. He is one of the best educators and investigator. He's a researcher, but he's very great to explain. And while we, for example, we call it clandestine talks, to these talks, because our outside program and our talks when you feel that you feel cold in the night, we are watching your telescope, or if you left your telescope taking pictures, you can return to the lobby of the hotel to these talks about physics, about everything about astronomy. And
Sure.
this is great because Gabriel have a great condition, and he never feel tired to explain more that all that the people ask. It's really a treasure in our star parties have to Gabriel. Here you can see the complicate of the level of craziness in the clandestine.
Wow.
Yes, is growing, and it's very, very interesting. More astronomers from Chile. Here it's me with Jaime Garcia, and we really enjoy our neighbors from Chile that they came to Mendoza. As Mendoza is near to Chile, but you have the Cordillera de los Andes, many times astronomers from Chile came to our star party. Here is a first moon from Gustavo Valle, that he's a great astrophotographer, and he found, yes, he found the minimal first moon.
It's like a hairline. It's
absolutely, Scott. Here was another view of the hotel in the night. Here is the place of the telescopes. Here it's when the first light 130 with a Ixus mount Explorer Scientific Telescope is a single shot by Pablo Barrios. Next week I'll show you the processed pictures. You know that is a Newtonian telescope from Explorer Scientific, very simple telescope, and we really had a lot of fun with this telescope.
That's great.
This is another picture with the same telescope, but single picture without processing.
Jeez.
Yes.
Fantastic. That's a beautiful shot of a
Yes.
glossary.
When we talk, Scott, about entry-level telescope, like a first light series,
Yes.
that you can make this, you know,
That's
that
amazing.
it's amazing. It's amazing. Really. More pictures of a Milky Way without processing. All that present here is the pictures that many participants in the star party share in the WhatsApp group only. This is a very nice picture of Jose Luis Sanchez. The author of this picture is Javier Tarabanov. This picture is of Jose Luis Sanchez. Here is my Juan Pablo Patallo, my son Agustin, taking picture of the Milky Way, or sorry, taking picture of nebulas. Here it's it's of Adrian Nowick. Adrian Nowick is a master of taking spectrograph. This is the spectrum of Mimosa, Cruz, Joyero, El Cruz. Here Mimosa. Here you have part of the Southern Cross, and Joyero. here where do you have here the image of Joyero and here the spectrum with a grating net. Here is using Martin Ruiz, using Exos 2 Explore Scientific mode with a camera. Next week I'll show you only pictures that all people took. He showed me a beautiful picture of Orion Nebula. He took a lot more. And here you have the first Explore Scientific that Pablo Barrios used to take the pictures that I showed you. Something that was nice, that the third party was full of Exos 100 and Exos 2. Yes, I
it was like an Explore Scientific night. That's
absolutely,
nice.
Absolutely. Yes. I really I lost how many months we sold in the last time. While the pandemic, and for me was so happy because this was like a new generation of monks and people talking in another language because it's we was talking about the new use of how Explore Scientific or PMC a system is, and was really a fun. Yes, it's another view of the place. This year we received 110 participants. Last year we received 60 participants. Really was a growth of amateur astronomer population. Very interesting. Really, with Jaime we talk a lot about about how is the things was. Despite the very bad economic situations, and really we appreciate a lot when a star party return to be more popular, or more interest, the people more interested. That for me the first thing is about how the people come into the safari and enjoy, and the friendship, it's the most important part. Here, Martin Telechea took a lot of pictures, and this one, Martin is like another how do you say, Adrian. I think that the people that love take pictures of Milky Way, like Adrian Bradley, Martin Telechea, and many more in our group. I hope that one day Adrian came to our star parties and they start to took a picture of overhead. Yes. This is a single shot of a Milky Way by Martin Telechea. A single shot over our head. This is a part of a roof.
Yeah, Adrian would hate to have that much Milky Way starlight.
Yes. Absolutely. I absolutely would.
Awful.
No, I would. No, I'd absolutely love it, and I've got more pennies to save. I'm already scheming on how to get to Nebraska, and I've been scheming on Australia. No, I'm scheming there too. But Argentina, would be the fulfillment of being able to see the other part of the Milky Way that I can't see here in the northern hemisphere. I look forward to that.
Yes,
and
Adrian,
well, maybe the barbecue more than the Milky Way. I think I look more forward to that.
It's a very important part. You know that for our architecture, the first thing that I told to Maxi, I thought that this was a building for the observatory, but no. First the barbecue.
First the barbecue.
First the barbecue, and well, Martin,
exactly.
something that is incredible, that this picture is with cell phone. It's not a reflex camera.
Oh, that's a cell phone photo.
Yes,
wow.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That's incredible.
Another thing that this is a picture of Gustavo Valle. Gustavo Valle is from Rosario, and he's a very concerned and very how do you say, a man that is very interested in finding things. He knows a lot about the sky. He's an excellent amateur astronomer. He find the nova in Scorpius. He and Jose Luis Sanchez was very interesting because the nova appeared one night ago, and was a situation where we was able to see the nova, of course, by telescope. This is the things that are very, very interesting.
Yes. Another picture of the another guys of Planetario of Rosario. If somebody, I forget the name of the girl from the Planetario of Rosario. She take this picture of the Milky Way. Look the look at that. Cold Suck, yes. Alpha, Beta Centauro, Southern Cross. Magellanic Cloud. Yes. Yes, the Magellanic Cloud. Like you can see you can see this.
The LMC, right?
Yes, it's something that. Sorry, that I couldn't.
The large Magellanic.
The large Magellanic. Yes. This is something that the small one you can see too, no problem. But this one is the large one. Yeah, and well, part it looks bigger. It looks way bigger in real life than it does in photographs. Absolutely, Scott. Right? Yes, absolutely. Yeah. You see that in Chile. Yes. I remember, and it's impressive. I was stunned how big it was. You know. So, absolutely, it's an impressive to be the full patch of the sky. You know, but it was. Yes, it's big. I think that is enormous. Enormous, maybe 4 or 5 degrees. Yes, I don't remember. Yes. Yeah. And well, here was the surprise for my friend Jaime Garcia. Jaime is the main motor of this star parties. I am the crazy man that I'm go together to make this, and ever yes. Ever we call it okay. It's a crazy. We are turned crazy every year, but they say okay, we can make the next time, next year. Yes, of course, we can go to make another one every year. Sure. And this was many. It was really very emotive or very nice, because it was a surprise that we prepare a recognize un homenaje. I don't remember homenaje, how is it in English, and was something that was very nice. His daughter came like a surprise from another part of Argentina, and well, was a very nice moment. Here,
how much does it cost for someone to go to the star party? What is the admission fee?
I give you the price now. It's around. It's like today you say about 4 with foods and drinks and the
everything,
accommodation, everything is like today say, because we pay less, because we pay in January or February, we pay maybe no more than 27,000 pesos. Now maybe because it's around, tell me, it's like today if 40,000 pesos.
Okay.
497. No, I think that is a joke, but it's maybe, I think that it's no more than 150 US dollars.
For how many?
No. Yes, it's for, because it's real. Yes, I can't believe when I turn to US dollars, I think that is no more than 150.
Okay.
497.
And that's for what, 3 nights, 2 nights?
This was for 3 nights.
3 nights. Wow.
Yes. Ever.
Very low
I think
price.
that normally is no more than 200. Actually, the situation of Argentina economy is, yes, is. And here do you have this year we had radio astronomers, and was very interesting. They work with meteoritos. They work with a antenna, and he worked searching. For example, if you searching meteoritos, meteors, and they work only with the reflection of the ionosphere, and they found, for example, if you found one meteor in 1 hour, they found the 100. It's so sensitive, the system, that is really, they make a great work only with radio astronomy, with antennas. Well, we have, every year we have fun in the area of the Valle Grande Canyon, and it's really, for example, this place is for rappel. It's very interesting. You can make rafting, rappel, or trekking, biking. It's very nice place. This year we prepare. we had a concert of Dark Side of the Moon, Pink Floyd. Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon, with the Municipal Orchestra of San Rafael. Lucas Rocco is a great musician, and he prepared. He turned the all complete LP, long play of Dark Side of the Moon, that this year is five years old.
Oh wow, that's
cool. 5 years old of Dark Side of the Moon, and they play the complete album. Was really nice. In this night came from San Rafael City 300 people to visit us. Look that. That they joined with us, the Star Party, this music session Was very emotive and very nice. Was really amazing, amazing. Federico Garcia, the Jaime Garcia's sons, he's astronomer and he's a great guitar player like Normand Fullum and singer. Yes, Norman. And and he sang a big part of Roger Water singing. And yes, Norman, you are invited. Here we have a lot of music in our third party. The music is a big part.
I'd love to go sing you a few songs.
Yeah, yes, and we are expecting that you can play in our third parties, Norman. And yes, and Dark Side of the Moon is a great album, and we enjoyed that. And we, of course, after that, we follow Watching the Sky. This is another picture of this. He's Fernando Ricardini is a great astrophotographer, and he worked a lot in the details. Another part of the dinner, talking with the people about the program or about the things of here is me and Jaime. I don't remember. Maybe it was the last night. I don't remember. We talk a lot, Jaime and me. Here with Hector, and we have a nice session of solar observation. We have two spot areas in different parts of the sun. If you are watching the sun in the last day, and we was using another Explore Scientific that we prepare an 80 millimeters refractor with a homemade by me filter with Myler, and we enjoyed a lot the sunspots. The people came to, in the coffee break, the people came to watch the sun, because I was unexpected to have some some pots, but they appear. First of all, I check space weather and say, okay, we have sunspots. We can go to the garden to watch, to the park. I love that. This is something so simple, and it's a great part of every star party, because everyone forget carry a solar, this typical solar land telescope, or say, okay, but we can watch this, and we watch another night. Here here was in the same time of the solar observation, preparing the telescope for the night with Moon and Venus.
Mm-hmm.
The buffet of the dinner, very important part of each star party. This one was a pizza and salad night. Very interesting.
Yeah, it looks great.
Looks great, yes, And when you think that you are in the scene, you can put something of salad and you looks great and healthy.
Yes.
Only a little, but enjoy the pizza first.
Okay.
And here is the picture of the grove, the main grove, because we found that many people went to to make trekking, but mostly is the part of the group.
Wonderful.
And here, sorry, Charlie.
Go ahead.
Sorry. And this is the picture that I think that the picture was taken by Pablo Barrios, and was the last day when all people went out, and only we was 15 people watching the sky in the Sunday night. And this picture of the dog, that this dog was every time of the hotel in the empty place, was a little sad picture. But when the party going off, and he's awaiting next year party.
Maybe all year.
Yes,
all right.
yes.
Cesar, thank you.
It was a pleasure. Next week I'll show you all pictures. Thank you, Norman. I'll show you all pictures that participants sent me, of course, all processor. And I'll talk about the next star party this year in Catamarca, I think that's October 2, 3, and 4.
Okay.
And because we are the same people that prepare Valle Grande, and now the new one, Catamarca, that I showed you of the first edition was last year.
Wonderful. Cesar, thank you.
Thank you for the audience.
Awesome report. It's great. And for any of you that are interested in getting, maybe your first experience under dark southern hemisphere skies, these star parties would offer an incredible opportunity to you. And I know you'd be very warmly welcome. And they sound very affordable. I mean, that's...
Yes, the prices are really low because...
accommodations, food, stargazing, everything for...
And the quality of... Absolutely. So, and you have all...
Incredible.
Absolutely. And you have all near the city. If you have some problem, you have a healthy center. One of us suffering in a fall, and they needed, he went to the city and he returned in the next day completely safe, and it's an adventure, but it's safe. And sometimes when you have in a family kids, or you have something that we understand that for the people need the accommodations in equilibrium, and something that they say, something that dark sky, safe places,
Yeah.
It's everyone are welcome for next star parties.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Now? I'm
Okay.
muted?
All right. So next we have Marcelo Souza. He is kicking off the international meeting of astronomy and astronautics, and he's down there with a whole group of people. And apparently we have somebody here from the International Dark Sky Association, so I'm going to bring them on. And hello. You guys are live here on the 119th Global Star Party, so thank you very much for spending some time with us.
Thank you for the invitation. We are here together.
Yeah.
And a member of our that's my approach. Association. Here is Anthony from our Astronomy Club and Gabe Gabriel.
Olá, prazer, chegou das pessoas agora.
And it, nice talking to Jimmy here. My wife is
Hello, everybody.
From Astronomical League. Very much.
Oh, I left the meeting because it was echoing. Hello.
This looks like far too much fun to be having out there.
We had caipirinhas today.
You all must be having a lot of fun out there. I see nothing but bright smiles.
Stream with everyone.
Can you beam any of that over to me, please?
Oh yes, definitely. I'm working on it right now.
So we wanted you to beam some of those drinks through the internet to us.
I will do my best. He's gonna have the straw.
Okay.
So yeah, it's actually really nice to meet you, Scott. I've always wanted to meet you, so it's great to meet you virtually from Brazil.
Thank you.
But I do just want to thank you for all the work that you do, and we're having some issues here with the sound. Okay. And I would like to encourage everyone to get involved with the International Dark Sky Association. My title is Director of Engagement, so I run our Grassroots Advocates program, basically, which is just helping people make friends in the dark sky field, which is how I met Marcelo, which is how I ended up in Brazil doing amazing things like this. So I would really encourage people to get involved. You can go to darksky.org, and then there's like a Take Action tab, and then below that is Join the Advocate Network, and you just have to fill in really simple information and you'll get a link to join. We have a global online communications platform where you can chat with advocates from all around the world, ask questions. You can chat with IDA staff directly, share your successes, and just learn from the hive mind of the dark sky field. And we also hold monthly trainings that are really action oriented about kind of getting involved in your own community to reduce light pollution. And then we have other monthly meetings as well that are more informational about various topics on light pollution and just really interesting stuff that would be good to share at star parties and in everyone's outreach as well. So I'm super honored to be here in Brazil and to meet Marcelo. We just went to the first ever dark sky park in South America yesterday, and then this evening saw a potential urban night sky place right on the coast that has hatchling sea turtles and beautiful birds and really cool insects with glowing green eyes on their back. So yeah, I don't know, is that kind of what you were hoping for me to say, talk about the IDA? Do you have any?
Yeah, I think it's fantastic. I mean, I'm having an internet moment right now, because here we are talking around the world. You're all the way down in Brazil. You're doing something I wish I was doing. I would love to see the first IDA park in South America. But I know you're in great hands with Marcelo, and I know you're having a good time. So yeah, so I recommend to anyone that can make it to Brazil, maybe next year or the year after, and attend this amazing event. So I'm glad you're part of it. Will you stay? Are you going to stay for a while?
I am actually heading to Argentina right after this with another dark sky advocate, Alejandro Summer. He might actually be on this call as well, to explore another potential dark sky park, Foz de Iguazu, which is one of the 7 wonders of the world, which would be an incredible dark sky park. And to work on kind of a strategy for Latin America dark sky conservation.
Fantastic. Well, that's great.
I have a quick question for you, and hopefully, quick question. Do you use like sky meters when you go? Do you use sky meters when you go to these parks to see just what they read when you're checking those out, or just other factors? I hope that question made it.
The moon has been up, so if I am there and it's perfect conditions, I have one with me all the time, and I will just do it for fun and also to help people with their annual reports and just to have that data. But we're at first quarter now, so I didn't do it this evening just because it wouldn't have read accurately.
That's a good point. Thank you.
Question.
Great. Should I pass you over
I
to
have a sky meter as
now?
well.
All right. Thank you guys so much. It was
Thank you
great,
so much.
good to talk
Thank
to
you. Okay, thank you very much.
Hello, good evening from Brazil.
Yeah, nice to see you. Nice to see
Yeah,
you.
did we speak last year?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Did we speak last year?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. You were a featured speaker. That's right.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for being on Global Star Party.
It's awesome. You know, I don't get a chance to do this too often. So to do it with all the professionals is really super.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's great. And so you are going to be a featured speaker at the IMAA event coming up here. Is it going on right now, or is it happening?
I think it's on Friday.
Friday. Okay.
The event. And the event? Thursday. Oh, I'm sorry. The event is on Thursday.
Excellent. Excellent. Well, thank you for your greetings and good luck to you down there.
Okay, thank you so much. My pleasure.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll pass you to Marcelo.
Okay, thank you very much.
Hi, Scott. Thank you very much, Scott.
Yeah,
we see people from Argentina, Mozambique, and many parts of Brazil here.
Wonderful. Okay. All right. Thank you. You guys enjoy your dinner tonight, and we will see you next time. Hope to have you all back on Global Star Party once again. So, okay. Okay. Wonderful. So, where else can you experience something like this? This is great. Okay, so up next we have Robert Reeves. We're going from Brazil back up to Texas, and Robert will be our next speaker here. Robert, are you?
I want to put a story when I'm ready.
Okay.
Internacional. I'm sorry. I think he said goodbye.
So Robert, you are up next.
Oh, there's.
They are waiting our answer here.
Oh,
Yeah, you have to unmute yourself here.
All righty. Now can you hear me?
I can hear you fine.
Good. Alrighty, whenever
you've got the stage.
Oh, I am up. Okay. Let me stop the clock for Celestron because I was doing a little bit of tech help for them. And then we will do the grand experiment and see if I can master this screen share that always causes me a little bit of trouble.
You always know people are on Zoom because they always go, let me try and share my screen.
And boom, it does. Oh, well.
Exactly.
Well, maybe a little bit of our luck from NEAF and NEAC will rub off because it was great seeing you up there in New York at NEAF. And it was the smoothest, most well-run convention of all the NEAFs that I've been to. Everything just hit the marks perfect. There was no glitches, nothing. So I was really amazed. So let's see if we can continue the good luck. I'm going to press the share my screen thing and bring up this thing and click on that. And then are you seeing my postcards?
Yeah, I'm seeing thumbnails right now.
Just okay, here we go.
Yep.
No, I did not get the good luck I had hoped for. How do we do this?
Yeah.
Eventually we stumble over this and get it right, but
and stop, go back in and reshare.
Okay. Share, hit share, and hit the thingy. And now do you see the lead slide?
Yes, I do. Yeah, it looks good.
Alrighty. Well, as I mentioned last month, not last month, it was about 3 weeks ago, I think, last time we got together before NEAF NEAC. I titled my whole series here, Postcards from the Moon. It was the the talk that I gave at NEAF Talks this year, and many of the slides that you're seeing are actually stolen directly right out of my NEAF Talks presentation. I was very honored to have been invited back to speak again, my second time at NEAF Talks. So it was a lot of fun. First time I was so nervous I don't remember a bit. This time I just got up there and had fun, and I think everybody enjoyed it too, because I was really amazed at the number of people that came up afterwards at the Celestron booth where I was working and talked to me about my presentation. So it was very heartening to see that it was making a connection. And I hope that my presentations here on the Global Star Party do the same thing. Now, today I'm going to be talking about volcanic features on the moon. Now, we all know that the moon's face, the craters, the basins that the Maria lay on were all created by impacts. But there are two basic landscape formation processes on the moon. Volcanism is one of them, and impact cratering is the other. Volcanism subsequently modifies many of the impact features, so we end up with a variety of geology. Last time we spoke, or well, 2 times ago, we spoke about the Maria, the dark regions on the moon that form the face of the man in the moon. They're volcanic. They're created by lava flooding over a period of almost 1 billion years that filled in the impact basins on the moon. There are relatively few craters on them because it's a fresher surface that was paved over by basalt after the fierce asteroid bombardment of the late heavy bombardment about 3.8, 3.9 billion years ago. What remains above the level of the basalts that filled in these basins is the highlands, which we see as the bright areas on the moon. And this is primarily the an orthositic mineral, meaning it's a mineral made out of just one type of rock, primarily silicates that floated to the top of a global magma ocean when the moon melted almost 4 billion years ago. This area retains the heavy cratering from over the ages because it has not been flooded with basalt and paved over by volcanic action. So, but tonight we're going the other way. We're going to concentrate more on the effects of this volcanism on the moon. One of the longest features on the moon is what's called a wrinkle ridge. These are known by the scientific name of dorsum or dorsa, and they're actually folds on the Mars surface where sheets of basalt have crushed together and buckled together. This happens when the mass of the basalt in a basin that forms the Mare, the weight of it depresses the center of the basin, squashes it down, and the basalt slumps toward the middle of the basin. And as it does, it'll buckle up into these ridges. And they can be several hundred kilometers long, but rarely are they more than just a few hundred meters in elevation. So they're only visible at very low sun elevation. Wrinkle ridges on the moon are named after Earth scientists, famous Earth scientists. And in this case, this region on eastern Mars Serenitatis, we see what was called the Serpentine Ridge. And it's actually the interwoven ropey-like strands of Dorsa Smirnov and on the north and Dorsa Lister on the south. Dorsum Heim lies on the western shore of Mare Imbrium, just south of Sinus Iridum. And there's other unnamed wrinkle ridges that look like frozen ocean waves that are washing into the horseshoe bay of Sinus Iridum. Some more unnamed wrinkle ridges on the moon, arcing around the eastern side of Mare Humorum. We see a series of 3 parallel curved wrinkle ridges. Oops, keep pushing the wrong button here. Now, another view of those same wrinkle ridges. This is sunrise just breaking across half of Mare Humorum. And we see those same arcing wrinkle ridges where the basalts are slumping toward the center of the basin and buckling up and creating these ridges. Notice on the shoreline of Mare Humorum, these three parallel rills. We'll talk about those in a minute, but I've always thought it was very curious that the forces that created the three wrinkle ridges also created the three parallel rills. Just an interesting symmetry on the moon, and we'll get to those in just a minute. Another wrinkle ridge, I forget the name of it, running through craters on near the center of Mare Imbrium. It's a fairly bland area of the moon, but this is the Mare that forms the man in the moon's left eye. Now up in
Great shot.
yeah, I was particularly happy with this one too. This is up near Aristarchus Plateau, the crater Aristarchus, just breaking into sunrise right on the terminator. This is on Northern Oceanus Procellarum, and more wrinkle ridges arcing around the Harbinger Mountains, the little mountain peaks poking up, casting the shadows. The Harbinger Mountains are so named because they are the harbinger of sunrise on the Aristarchus Plateau, which at this point is still in the shadow. But what I like about this is it almost looks like flowing water on a stream that is causing ripples around rocks protruding in the stream. Now, of course, the Mare basalts are still, they haven't moved for billions of years, but it gives that illusion of flowing water swirling around these rocks protruding up through the moving stream. Another type of volcanic feature on the moon is a rill, and these are lengthy grooves or channels on the moon that are appreciably longer than they are wide. And the scientific name for them is Rima or Rimae in the plural. And these are formed by three different processes, all related to volcanism. Now, for instance, straight rills were formed by the slumping of land between two parallel faults. Now, what happens here is back when the moon was still hot, still had a molten interior, the crust on the surface is split apart by a volcanic dike. And what a volcanic dike is a vertical sheet of magma that pushes up from the moon's molten core, splits the crust as it's thrusting upward, but didn't completely breach the surface to create a volcanic eruption. So Rima Hesiodus in the lower left, prime example of that. The Rima Ursalis on the right-hand side. This is one of the longest straight rills on the moon. It's over 400 kilometers long. That's longer than driving from my hometown of San Antonio over to Houston, Texas. Now, look closely at the picture and you'll notice the rill on the bottom, the rill splits through a pre-existing crater. But to continue up to the north and notice the large double side-by-side craters just below them, another smaller pair of craters, and one of those craters is overlaying the pre-existing rill. So you can tell who came first on the moon. Obviously, the crater on the bottom was there, the rill split through it, and then later on, the crater up on top formed on top of the rill, and you can see some degree of white splash around it, obliterating the region around the right hand of the smaller of the two craters. And that indicates this crater is less than 1 billion years old, because ray structures typically fade after about 1 billion years. Meteoric impacts churn the soil, erase them. Solar radiation darkens the soil. So this is a fairly recent apparition, only within the Copernican epoch, the newest time period on the moon. Getting back to the rills on western Mare Humorum, arcuate or curved rills are created by the stretching of the land near the edge of a mare. Again, I was mentioning how the wrinkle ridges are formed by the Mare basalt depressing the center of the basin, and the basalt slump toward the center of it, creating the wrinkle ridges. Well, at the same time as this basalt is pushing or being pulled toward the center of the basin, it is pulling on the shoreline and stretching it. And these curved or arcuate rills break open in the surface as the surface is stretched.
That's great.
Now, sinuous rills almost look like a snake. These are formed by flowing streams of lava, molten lava, much like channels are cut in the earth by flowing water. Over 1 billion years ago, flowing lava on the moon also sliced out flowing channels. And this particular area is the Apollo 15 landing area at Hadley Rill, near the Apennine Mountains, up in the northeast corner of Mare Imbrium. So it's use your mind's eye imagination and go back 2 billion years, and volcanic eruptions happening here, red hot molten flowing lava slicing down through this twisty rill, literally glowing, and some parts of it, of course, covered over by cooling rock. So it's not like the whole thing would be constant red hot all the way down. But surely there's bursts of pyroclastic activity as this flowing molten lava is slicing down through this sinuous rill. It must have been a spectacular sight. Another sinuous rill running right down the middle of the Alpine Valley, up near Plato. A lot of people don't see this in their telescopes because it takes good seeing and high resolution to spot this thing. This rill that zigzags down the middle of the Alpine Valley is only about 0.5 kilometer wide. Now, this is technically too small of a feature to be seen by a typical amateur telescope. But what is working in our favor here is that these rills, even though they're very narrow, are linear. And it's just like the effect when you're looking at distant telephone wires. If you try to see an individual object that's only as round as that wire is wide, you will never see it. It's like trying to look at a BB from a 1/4 mile away. But since the phone wires are linear, they have length to them, we can detect them with our eye. And it's the same way with these lengthy rills on the moon. Even if they're narrow, their length allows us to perceive them. Fracastorius crater on the bottom of the southern part of Mare Nectaris. The crater overlays the inner basin impact ring of the Nectaris basin, and you can see the mountain ridge, kind of the rim of it coming down from the upper left through the edge of Fracastorius, and then it will continue on off to the right-hand side of the image. What I find curious is this rill running across the floor of Fracastorius that follows the exact same curvature of the rim of the inner impact basin ring on the Nectaris basin. So something under the surface there, the rim of the basin was buckling the basalts as they spilled into Fracastorius crater and solidified and created this crack running right through the middle of it that follows the same curve as the rim of the basin itself.
It's cool.
Moving up to the northeastern part of the moon, we're looking at what's called the Lake of Death, Lacus Mortis. That's the feature down in the lower left-hand quadrant of the image. This used to be about 150 kilometer wide crater, which would make it a substantial crater on the moon. But when the Mare basalts flooded or the low-lying areas flooded with Mare basalts, this low-lying crater filled up, and now we just see it as the barest hint of a crater. The rim of it is still protruding above the basalt, and so it's a giant ghost crater. But right square in the middle of it, Berg crater formed about 1 billion years ago and created this bullseye effect. And Riccioli named this region the Lake of Death back in 1653, and the name still sticks, although if we classified it today, we'd simply classify the region as a ghost crater. But you see more of these rills splitting the surface of the basalts within the Lake of Death. This actually classifies this as a floor fractured crater, where I talked about floor fractured craters a couple of weeks ago. Ordinary craters, much like Hercules crater on the Terminator at the right-hand side of the image, ordinary crater that started out as a complex crater with terraced walls, slumping terraced walls, and a central peak, but volcanic eruption from below. Lava pushed up through fractures in the crust created by the impact of the crater and flooded these craters from inside. And as the basalts solidified and slumped and hardened, rills create cracks create inside the crater, much like what we're seeing here on the Lake of Death, and thus we call those floor fractured craters. And moving over to the Sursalis Rill, I just posted this a few minutes ago while I was waiting for the fellow ahead of me to finish. Posted as my postcard of the moon for the day. Wow. So if you go to my Facebook site, you'll see this particular image with my daily postcard write-up. But again, the Sursalis Rill, 400 kilometers long, one of the longest features on the moon, continuous features, and certainly the longest straight rill on the moon. And again, I was talking about craters that fill up with lava that wells up from below the crater. From underneath, we see Kruger, the dark floored craters Kruger and Billy on either side of the Sursalis Rill. These are kind of like Plato wannabes. Everybody knows about Plato crater, the great black crater up near the man in the moon's left eye. Okay, now scarps on the moon, basically cliffs. They're scientifically known as rupas, and they are formed by two processes, one of which is volcanic, the other is impact. Some scarps, such as the Rupus altai, seen running vertically through this image. This is a 2 kilometer high cliff that is the outer impact ring from the Nectaris Basin. The rest of the ring has been obliterated by subsequent impacts. This is the only part that survives today, and we know it as Rupus altai. So it's basically an impact feature. But other, if I can go the right way, come on, guy. Other features are scarps are volcanic in origin. Here we see Rima Cauchy on top and Rupus Cauchy on the bottom. Rima Cauchy on top, created by the action of a volcanic dike that I mentioned. Rupus Cauchy on the bottom, probably formed by a similar volcanic force, but instead of two parallel faults where the land slumps in between them, a feature like what we have here on Earth, we call them a graben. But in the case of Rupus Cauchy, only one side of the land slumped down, so we end up with a sharp cliff. Now, the most famous.
These shots are so sharp and well defined. I mean, it looks like.
Well, I've been taking these for. I think I started taking them in about 2011 is when I started. Okay. And what you're seeing is the best of the best, because the seeing here in Central Texas is, in a word, is lousy. So you have to wait for the seeing to come to you. So, but perseverance works in your favor. And finally, after almost 20 years of doing this, I have a fairly nice library of over 1,000 good lunar images like this. So you're seeing the best of the best. You're not seeing the 10,000 pictures that I threw away. But nonetheless, getting back to the theme here, Rupus Recta, straight wall, is perhaps the most famous scarp on the moon. On the western Mare Humorum, when you see it at sunrise, when the sun is rising, the terminator is just past it. It's casting a shadow. We see it as a black line feature. But wait a few. I guess I didn't put another slide in there. Let's back up then and just wing our way through this one. When the sun is setting and it's illuminating the face of straight wall, we see it as a white line feature because the sun is reflecting off the cliff face. Now, we've all seen the famous paintings by space artist Chesley Bonestell, who was a master at imagining what the moon and the planets look like before the space age. Well, Chesley had a overactive imagination when it comes to geology, and he portrayed straight wall as a vertical sheer cliff, a 600-foot drop. It's not really that dramatic. The straight wall is more like a pretty steep slope. It slopes down about 30-degree inclination. Sometime in the future, I'm sure a spirited astronaut will be able to traverse this by foot, slowly descending this slope. It's certainly not a cliff by any means, but the dramatic images that Bonestell used to paint back in the old days, they sure stirred our imaginations. Now, moving on to more volcanic activity on the moon, the Aristarchus Plateau up on northern Oceanus Procellarum. We see it as this raised rectangular area. This is all built up from pyroclastic deposits that were blown out from volcanic vents that or lava flowed down this rill we call Schroeder's Valley. It's one of the biggest rills on the moon, 5 kilometers across and a couple of 100 kilometers long. And this flowed molten lava out onto Oceanus Procellarum.
Beautiful.
And backing up a little ways, we see more volcanic action. Again, there's the Aristarchus Plateau at the top, where we see Schroeder's Valley just exiting the view. But down on the lower left, notice all the bumps and dimples. This is a vast volcanic field of cinder cones and small shield volcanoes. This is called the Marius Hills, named after Marius crater, the crater bisected by the almost bisected by the Wrinkle Ridge. Look at this at sunrise or sunset on the moon. You see hundreds of little dimples. Each one of these is an individual small shield volcano. A parting look at the Aristarchus Plateau again, and then off in the upper right, we see the Harbinger Mountains poking up, and notice the kind of pitchfork-shaped rills of Rima Prinz, P-R-I-N-Z, not Prince, but Prinz. Prinz is the horseshoe crater just below him, but those parallel rills protruding northward have always fascinated me. Anything that's
so dramatic looking.
Yeah, anything that repeats, anything that's straight on the moon is out of place, and it catches my attention. But anywhere you look on the moon, particularly around the edges of the Maria, where there was a lot of volcanic activity, with the sun elevation is very low, you're going to be finding various rills and channels like this. So it's just a natural part of the formation of the moon when there was a lot of volcanism over 1 billion years ago. The moon is volcanically dead now, so there has not been any fresh flowing lava on the moon for perhaps over 1 billion years. Okay. Wasn't sure which is my last slide. I just threw these together a few minutes ago. Another pyroclastic region on the moon is these low mountains just north of Ramahygenes, and the volcanic ash that blew out of the volcanic vents that you see dotting the length of Ramahygenes showered down on this region and darkened these mountains. They're physically dimmer and darker than the surrounding territory, and the whole region is shaped like a heart, like a Valentine heart. So I call this region the heart of the moon. It's my unofficial name for it. And more volcanism in the inside of Alphonsus crater. One of the floor fractured craters I was talking about. We see these dark volcanic vents spewed ash around the inner rim of the walls of Alphonsus. And I know where we're at. Second to last slide. Close up of the Marius Hills. These pancake small shield volcanoes on the moon are rarely more than a couple of 100 meters high. No vast volcanism on the moon like what created the Hawaiian Islands, even though each of the Marius Hills is technically similar in geologic form to the Hawaiian Islands. The Hawaiian Islands are also shield volcanoes, whereas the ones on the moon are very, very small. Now, Mons Rumker up on North Oceanus Procellarum, it's got a little bit more dimension to it. Big bump on the middle of the Baria with a number of small, about half a dozen shield volcanoes on top of it. This region didn't get any respect for a long time. For several hundred years at early telescopic astronomy, it was misclassified as a crater, even though it's clearly a bump. And my final shot, backing up a little bit, again, seeing Mons Rumker in context on northern Oceanus Procellarum, wrinkle ridges radiating out from it, and a little sinuous rill creeping in from the top, from the highlands. So evidence of volcanism is all over the moon. It's not just a place filled with bumps and holes that were created by impacts. The moon has been heavily modified by volcanism, and that record stands today because there's no weather or oceans or plate tectonics on the moon to change it. And once it's there, it's there. So I think that's pretty much it for my discussion about the moon this time.
Thank you very much. It's great to get such an intimate view of the moon and all its fascinating features. So I always learn something new every time that you give a talk. So thank you very much.
That's what I'm here for. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
We'll see you next week.
Absolutely. Okay. All right. So up next from Canada, we're going from Texas to Canada up to Quebec, and we have Normand Fullum. So Normand, thank you for coming on with us tonight. You've been waiting patiently there, and it's great to have you on. It was great to see you at NEAF and to hang out with you and talk with you, and you know, so it was just and have dinner with you, you know. So thanks very much. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Scott, for having me. Is my sound all right? Everything okay?
You sound great.
Okay. So
yes.
I'm just going to take a couple of minutes here of your time, guys, just to rambling about my astronomy passion and about the universe itself. I don't want to be too deep in my thought, but of course, my compressor just starts at the same time.
All right.
I'm going to try to close the door here.
You're still at your facility where you make.
Yes, I'm at the shop right now. Yes.
Okay.
I worked a bit tonight, and I'm always at the shop. I mean, it's my second house. Okay, so my thoughts today are about the connection we have with the universe. My connection started very early on when I was a kid, and I kept interested in astronomy for all my life. But like I was telling you in previous presentation, I started quite late as a telescope maker because of life, and actually astronomy and telescope making saved my life in some ways. But I don't want to get into this topic of my life. I want to talk about my connection with the universe that was made possible through telescopes. I mean, my first telescopes that I built was a 12.5 inch, and just before that, I had bought a small refractor, a 2.5 inch refractor or something, and I had looked at the Saturn for the first time, and I saw a little tiny disc with a little ring around it, and from that moment on, I was hooked. I had to see more and more and see more, and over the years, building telescope and seeing things through the instrument got me closer and closer to the universe, and spiritually talking, it got me really very humble about what I saw, and my vision about the universe completely changed from that point on. I would try to make some kind of a small comparison of, because I have a lot of respect and I admire the imager, the people that do imaging, astro imaging, and that what we see today, what they are able to do with the small equipment that 20 years ago it was completely unthinkable. I tried to do some imaging when I started, and then there was no digital camera. Then we had to take a camera with a film and put it on the camera on the telescope and try to do get a one or two nice picture out of a film of 36, and it was very expensive and time consuming and very frustrating. So I really concentrated on viewing, a visual viewing, and the more I think you get kind of hooked about visual astronomy, the more you want to see. And the comparison between imaging and visual, the imager got better and better equipment every year. Every month, every 6 months, you have a better camera, a better way to take pictures and have more detailed image with a small normal telescopes. Versus visual, if you want to see better and more details, you need more aperture. You need more in a darker sky. So we kind of limited at a certain point by aperture, and that's where I started to think a bigger telescope, bigger mirror, and that's really when I started to make a bigger telescope, like I was saying to Scott at NEAF, 20 years ago, a 12.5 inch telescope was a big telescope. I mean, 12.5 inch, we had a lineup at the Star Party behind the scope. But today, you go Star Party and you get up to maybe 20, 24 inches telescope, and that's about it. So at some point, you get used to see the same image in a 20 or 24 inches telescope. So there's nothing new to see, or unless you have a very different, a very particular observing site that you have a perfect sky and good seeing. Otherwise, you're limited. So I decided to make larger telescope, larger mirror to improve my sight, and I improved what I was seeing. So I went from 24 to 26 to 28 to 30, 36. Even that 32, 36, and the more aperture you get, of course, the more details you see and more texture you see colors, and you start to see very stuff that you see in a good picture taken with a very high class equipment. So the bigger the telescope, the more details you will see, and it's hard to explain in words what is the effect on my brain or myself when I look through, let's say, a 1 meter telescope visually and look at nebula or a galaxy and start to observe it, not just looking at it, but observe it. profoundly and think about all those photons that travel billions of trillions of kilometers, millions of light years. It's humbling to see it live. I mean, to have the feeling of traveling through time, traveling through space in that small eyepiece there that you looked through. And I will do another comparison here. The vision is a sense that we have, and we also have another sense, which is the taste. Okay, let's see. You have a picture of a hamburger on the left side, and you have a real hamburger on the right side. Okay, the picture looks nice, very good. It looks very good, but the real thing right next to you smells good. Tastes good too also. So it's the difference between looking at something that's pretty and experiencing something good live. Okay, and if you cook that hamburger on the top of that, it's very humbling because you're the creator of your feeling. When I look through one of my telescope, I cannot describe what I feel. It's too personal, I think. It's I remember very clearly the first time I looked through the eyepiece of my first telescope, not knowing what I was going to see. I thought I was going to see something very blurry or whatever, but the first thing that I observed was Jupiter. And with a 12.5-inch f7.1, the image was just mesmerizing. I stayed at the eyepiece looking at Jupiter, I think, for hours for that night, not wanting to see anything else that night. It was just so rewarding to think myself that I built that instrument to see the universe, to see something that I wouldn't have been able to see if I didn't do it on myself. So like I said, I respect photo imager, astro imager, but for me, large aperture telescope for visual, it's something that not too many people experienced, but I wish people had the chance to observe M42 in a 50-inch telescope visually, like I did a few times, and like looking at a globular cluster, M13 in a 50-inch telescope, live with binoviewer. I mean, it's something that you cannot imagine what you see. You're swimming in a sea of stars when you look at that. It's like, I don't know. So I'm not gonna ramble too much about.
You know, Norman, it's not often that people share a deeply personal, aspects of what it is for us to experience the universe and to really let that soak in. Some people are afraid to talk about it. You're making, you're showing a vulnerable side, I guess, of ourselves, but. These are things that I think all astronomers experience.
Yes. Otherwise, we wouldn't keep doing it. I mean,
we wouldn't keep doing it all our lives. Exactly.
No, exactly. We've been doing it for years, and
yeah,
that's right.
Our life depends on.
Yeah, if I could make an observation as someone who does images, but learned through visual astronomy, one thing that maybe brings some of the that do images in is when we have a telescope with enough aperture and perhaps the right filter, and we see some of the objects that we like to image naked eye.
Yeah.
So
exactly.
For me, who loves to do Milky Way photography, when I see everything that the first time in a dark enough sky that I saw the outline of the Milky Way and the detail naked eye, and I said, this is like one of my pictures. I had done visual. I'd seen some impressive things. I noted that M13, the cluster you mentioned, looked better to my naked eye in my 11-inch than in any image I could try and get of it.
Yes.
There's just something more that's there. Last year at Okie-Tex, we saw the horse head directly, and we saw Thor's helmet directly. And those two images are things that people like to image. I think what you bring out and what I don't want us to all miss would feel the images that you're looking at. Sometimes as photographers, we point to the way that we process them and we beat our chests and say we're good imagers, we know what we're doing, and we miss the lesson that these deep sky objects are already beautiful. All we're here to do is just take a picture of them. There's nothing more. But when you visualize them, you can feel the light. That light is hitting your eyes directly.
That's the
it's like
reason
you're seeing
going.
the object directly.
That's what keeps me pushing the boundary a little further on size, aperture, and large telescope for visual observing. Scott knows me well about my Fulton Newtonian design that I created for those large aperture telescope to be easy and safer and more enjoyable to observe. Instead of being 15 feet high up in the ladder, you're almost 2 feet on the ground. So you're more confident.
You fall off that ladder and you're in trouble.
Yeah, exactly. So for me,
unlike see, John Schwartz has joined us. He's got one of those that you got to get on a 30-foot ladder to get to the sky to see some of his work. So he knows.
I've done it.
We appreciate your design to make it.
I've done it. I mean,
easier.
I remember one of my first large optics that I did was a 36 f4.5 on a regular Newtonian type Dobson telescopes. And man, I was so scared at the top of the ladder, just a little wind, and then just,
you can't enjoy what you're looking at.
Exactly,
at that
exactly.
point.
You cannot concentrate on what you see. But let me tell you, the first time that I saw M42 in a 50-inch with binocular, someone had to take me off the eyepiece. Someone had to grab me and get out of there. It's my turn. And it's like, it's such an experience that's you never forget. It's like, I don't know.
I would agree.
Anyway, I don't want to take too much time because I know there's other people after me. It's late here. It's 10:15. I have to go back home eventually.
Yeah, same here.
But before I go, I gotta sing you a song.
Okay.
All right.
Like last week at Neve.
I'm the next one, so
I had
time
my guitar at Neve, and I sang you a couple of songs.
That's right.
So it's all about friendship, eh? Astronomy, friendship. So when you're down and trouble and you need a helping hand, and nothing's going right, close your eyes and think of me, and soon I will be there to brighten even your darkest night. You just call up my name, and you know wherever I am, I come running to see you again. Winter, spring, summer, or fall, all you've got to do is call, and I'll be there. Yes, I will. the sky above you to turn dark and full of clouds. That cold north wind begins to blow. Keep your head together and call my name out loud now. And soon I'll be knocking upon your door. You just call up my name, and you know wherever I am, I come running to see you again. Winter, spring, summer, or fall, all you've got to do is call, and I'll be there, yes I will. Ain't good to know that you got a friend. People can be so cold, they'll hurt you and desert you, and they'll take your soul if you let them. Oh yeah, but don't you let them. You just call up my name, and you know wherever I am, I come running to see you again. Winter, spring, summer, or fall, all you've got to do is call, and I'll be there, yes I will. You got a friend. You got a friend. Good night, everyone.
Thank you. Good night, Norman. Thank you.
You're all welcome.
That's great. Thank you. You have a good night up there, and
safe drive home, and then
yeah,
back to work tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Make
Yes,
big
sir.
mirrors and big telescopes. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Good night.
Yeah. Good night. Well, I put a link into the chat, which you can see. Actually, I've been posting a lot of quotes and stuff by some of the great thinkers of the world about their musings of the universe, and hope that you find some inspiration in some of that. Up next is we've got Adrian Bradley, who kindly yielded his time to Marcelo Souza down in Brazil because they had all those people. But Adrian, thank you for coming on Global Star Party, and you've got the stage.
All right. Well, you've got a couple other people behind me, including he says Zoom user, but you've got John, you've got Navin, who's got a presentation. I will try and make my presentation brief. I normally do a splash screen, Chasing Dark Skies, and unfortunately, it does not look like I will be able to share the opening, but some news. I am now a part of the Vatican Observatory Ambassador Group.
Oh, wow.
So I recently got the go-ahead from my archdiocese. So if you've heard of Brother Guy Consolmagno, who's
Yes.
you know, the lead of the Vatican Observatory, and the
Yes.
goal, of course, is to change the narrative around a religious organization, but we look at the science first. We're trying to reverse the ill effects that are still felt by many astronomers, the feelings that the Catholic Church did to Galileo. You know, we won't get into all the specifics, but we do, you know, part of it is to say, hey, we would like to look at the science first. We use the observatory as, you know, it's a professional observatory that we use for attempt to further scientific discovery. So trying to close a gap there, focus more on the science, and our faith doesn't overshadow it like it might other organizations. Let me go ahead and share my screen. What I'd like to do is just share some of the images that I was able to get over the past couple of weeks while Global Star Party was on hiatus, and also share my ode to some of the aurora that was happening, which I unfortunately could not do. I did get this picture, Scott, as you know.
Yeah, I saw that.
Ode to the On the Wing series that you do. I like to include at least one birding photo. And this eagle, yeah. Now the actual eagle was maybe, I don't know, 400 or 500 yards away in the air, and processing it with some similar tools that I use to process astro images, with denoising and with a little bit of sharpening, so that you can actually see the eye looking forward. You can see the different colors of this eagle's wing. Whenever I do images, my goal is to tease out details that are already there, but maybe harder for me to see with my eyes, or harder to see as long as the camera equipment captures it. It can be manipulated to show what the object, and in this case, this juvenile bald eagle, but I would say young adult, because it doesn't look like this eagle is long for losing some of the extra coloration here and just becoming the full-time adult. So it, and I believe later I saw this eagle with a mate, but I didn't have the camera, so of course they saw me, they flew the other way, so I wasn't able to get a picture. So let's talk about where I went, which is the west side of the state of Michigan, and this lighthouse, Little Sable Lighthouse, which is a very tall lighthouse on the shores of Lake Michigan, in the U.S. It's a sky that appears to be a dark enough sky to produce some nice images. From this angle, if I were to wait until Milky Way rise, it would come up through this tree and this lighthouse. Now, there were other buildings on this site, but the lighthouse sites, but they did not leave an innkeeper site or any other buildings. They basically raised those buildings to the ground. Before you get total darkness, and there's nautical twilight. We are in nautical twilight. You have Venus here, the Pleiades, and Orion. And notice the size of Orion when you're closer to the lighthouse. This was taken with a wide angle lens. And also this photo. Interesting enough, this photo David Eicher had actually posted on his feed, and I ended up with sort of a flippant comment about the composition, and it led me to realize that sometimes your images may or may not inspire the same feeling that you had when you actually saw the scene for yourself from Lighthouse. But for me, I liked the way that this scene looked. Of course, I'm able to look left and right, and I always have the option to do a panorama. One problem we had is that it was very windy when I was here, so getting the image and then heading on out was my main goal. But it's a beautiful lighthouse. It's a beautiful scene. The waters were very choppy because of the wind, so it produced this ripple effect here. And just looking at the number of stars during nautical twilight, you see some of the light, the receding light from the sun here. You say, oh, this looks like it could be a really dark place. So I would come back later. This is a dark sky park with a whole lot of light pollution, but with a couple of different exposures for the ground and the sky, I was able to make this work to where the reflections, you can see the stars are starting to oval a little bit, but not nearly as much as if I were to leave this in for 2 minutes. And it produces this reflection effect with Orion setting, and you can just see the Milky Way over it. So that was an experiment, and learning that in some cases, matching the exposures for different settings for the sky and for the ground and doing the composite helps to produce an image that represents more of what you see with the naked eye. And so that was the goal of this image, to take you to the park that I was at. And now some of, there's some things like you can barely see the California nebula here. That's because I use a modified camera, but then I adjust it for white balance so that this is the exact color of the ground and the trees in the distance, that these all match. So after working with settings for a couple of years, I came up with a repeatable way to get good coloration on what I'm seeing. All of this tungsten effect, I tend to leave it in the photos here. So we go back to the lighthouse. So another trip out to the lighthouse, and you see Orion and the colors here. I did jam on the colors a little bit, and sometimes I'll saturate them a little bit to just show if I think it's a particularly colorful or beautiful scene. And in this one, you're approaching the lighthouse, the parking lot's behind you. You've got these sand dunes with these trees, and you're approaching this solitary lighthouse and the shore of Lake Michigan. And looking up, you see Orion, you see Taurus, and the Pleiades is just to the side of the lighthouse, with Venus here on this different night. And a little close-up of that region, which it's what you see as you're coming up. This is more to the view of the eye. What you see is, if you miss the sunset, but you're watching as nightfall is coming, we're heading to an astronomical twilight, and based on the way this streak looks, meteor, just because of the trailing effect here. And then walk out past the lighthouse and shoot straight out over the lake. Because it's a long exposure, the waves that are coming in gets smoothed out, and you have this effect over the water for me. And it's something, despite all the hazy clouds up here, it was something I felt it was worth sharing.
Yeah.
Getting darker, hoping to catch. And you've got Orion right here. Venus, of course, because of the exposure time I use Venus, because it's hazy, the main stars automatically brighten up. These are stars of the winter circle. There's Capella, Menkaline here. They're Sirius, and I could be wrong. This could be Procyon here. So at any rate, there's your little California nebula. That's for you, John. The California nebula showed up. We're not quite in astronomical twilight, but we're very close. And we're a shorter, this was a shorter exposure, and you can see nightfall happens pretty quickly, and it's getting even darker here. The leaning of this is due to using the wide angle lens. Even with corrections, it leans quite a bit. Is because I used I forget which lens. I think it was a 14 millimeter lens that I borrowed from a fellow astronomer. It's quite a beautiful scene out here, but it was very windy tonight as well. We just get to nightfall, and as I'm getting ready to leave, I look back and I say, okay, I'll bet you I can catch the Milky Way through the haze. And sure enough, here's some dust lanes. Here's some more nebula that you can actually see. Lambda Orionis here, a little bit of, I always forget the sash that goes around. It left my head just now. But the nebulosity that goes around Orion's left side, I'll think of it, of course, when I am done with the presentation. The Rosette Nebula here, in California Nebula. Some of these other brighter stars that show up in this wide angle view with the dunes over here. This place is not far from a place called there's another darker area to the north of this place that I've been told about that has sand dunes as well. Sleeping Bear Dunes State Park. And that's one of the places I hope to go in the not so distant future. So we tried it again at a different state park. This tranquil scene taken not long after sunset. For whatever reason, I make these choices and I miss sunset. I do have a sunset picture I've taken here though. So there were some waves, but this picture does accurately reflect, there was some rippling. So Venus here, the reflection, shows that there was some rippling in the water, but with a long exposure, even a shorter long exposure, you still get that effect. And once again, we travel. So now about an hour later, you have the photos here where Barnard's Loop, just thought of that. It was slightly present in the last image, a little more present here. Sometimes it's worth it to go out, even if you can tell it's very hazy. If there's enough of an opening in the sky and you use a long enough exposure, you can still reveal some of the detail, this part of the Milky Way going through and behind Orion. And then there's Sirius, really, and you see all of these clouds coming. Thank you. And that, Venus, of course, blows out, but that's fine. There's the Pleiades. This is when we image things, sometimes it's good to just enjoy. A lot of what I did before taking the image was to just enjoy seeing the sky and noticing the difference on how it went from this brighter sky, which, let's see if it's, back here, how bright this was, and then how much different the sky looks once the sun does go completely down and its light is no longer affecting the sky here. And this was another image with a deeper shot of the Milky Way. Of course, the clouds are oncoming, but I managed to get a bit more precision and look at all the stars. High Bortle, well, not so high Bortle 4, about mid Bortle 4. Part of the reason that we like to do longer exposures is because even in a Bortle 4 sky, you can see a pretty good number of stars. And when you image, you pull out all of the rest of them. Get many real clear skies. So we take these images, and this is, so if you want to get to that location, you got to cross this bridge and go through these woods. So you gotta be brave enough to want to go to some parts where you have to have your flashlight, preferably a red flashlight, so you keep your dark vision. Don't put on headphones. You want to listen to make sure you can hear what's going on around you. I'm crazy enough to do this on my own, but sometimes having a companion might help. I know this area, so it was less of a concern to go on my own. After I looked back, there's a roadway, a parking lot and a roadway behind me. So lights from those areas basically gives you light painting of this bridge. And you've got the stars in the night sky. You can still get a pretty good image. And so this is actually Milky Way, but it is very faint, just based on all of the surrounding light. It was tough for the camera to pick up all of the dust lane detail. But there is a nearby business that I have sold some of my photography that I've taken to this area. And this is one of the images that I definitely want to get to them as well. This is a bridge that people in this particular area know about, this trail bridge leading to these trails back here. And so it's always good to try and get, and if you need something for your spooky novel, well, let me know. I'll make a good deal for you if you want to use this image on your front cover.
Right.
So now, here's a typical Milky Way shot in the northern part of the state of Michigan. This is over the Mackinac Bridge. I'm maybe 30 minutes north, and the Milky Way looked this spectacular. You're seeing some of the sky glow here. I did not have a sky meter. I would expect to see a 21.6 or maybe 21.7 on a night like this night was. It's always worth it if you're far enough north to turn around and just fire a shot towards the north, even if you can't see anything, because it may surprise you. I did not see any of this auroral activity with my naked eye, but I wanted to get a picture of the Big Dipper and this part of the galaxy. This is what's behind you. There's double cluster. The heart and soul didn't show up too well in this particular photo, but this aurora did. And you've got a little bit of sky glow kind of mixing in, but these colors here from auroral activity that was happening that I didn't even know about. Now, we've all heard about the big storms that happened over the past couple days. I didn't get out to get those. I wasn't as worried because on March 2021, I happened to be up at 3 a.m. and a storm kicked out, and I was able to get and enjoy looking at some auroral activity near one of my favorite places to image, which is this lighthouse. And I think I've shown some of these images on Global Star Party before. I had an opportunity to try and combine another way to get the Milky Way with aurora in the north is to capture the Cassiopeia Perseus region, because it faces north as the Milky Way is rising. And if you happen to have auroral activity, you can get both of them. Now, this is one of the first couple images. There I am in the shadow looking out at it and going, it's amazing. And it lasted most of the night. So I was able to take my time and try and do a couple of different compositions, see if I could do the Milky Way, the Cygnus region justice with the aurora. And yeah, I ended up, this is back when I was stationed, and it was one of the finalists. Didn't win, but I was still just happy that I was there to capture this. And then this was actually the first picture I took when I got out of the truck. I parked not far from here, saw a lot of activity going on, and said, "What's that?" This is a little town. And this is the actual aurora that was going on. It was quite a sight. And man, that is it.
Well, thank you very much.
So we stop sharing.
Adrian,
Yep,
would you like
that's
to...
it for my presentation. I'm gonna have to get going. Oh, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. Would you like to introduce young Navin?
Go ahead, Scott.
Would you like to introduce our next speaker?
Yes. Yes, I would. So Navin, who I think Navin Senthil is your name, an up and coming astronomer. I think I've got about 30 years or maybe 40 on him living, and he already knows more about it live, or we'll be watching this later if you replay it. Please enjoy Navin's presentation. Skylight Astronomy, I see you've got back there. Navin, you are an inspiration to us all, and we look forward to what you have in store for us tonight.
Firstly, thank you for having me on the show, and it's an honor to be here, and I have a very interesting presentation. Let me just share my screen first. So this presentation is about NEAF, my experience at NEAF, and my experience. The first thing was I was absolutely speechless when I went there. It was such a nice place. It was super energetic. I got to meet a lot of different people that I never expected to meet, many famous people too. And it was a really nice event. But sadly, I only got to be there for the Saturday, which, yeah. I also learned some knowledge. I learned a few things that if you were in a low latitude location with an equatorial mount, then you have to have a wedge since the counterweight bar is going to hit the tripod, which is going to lead to tracking errors. So I got to take some photos. This is firstly the overall hall, the overall all the vendors. This is like from the balcony. It was a really nice view, and you could see a lot of people going around. We took a couple of photos because it was a nice view with my grandparents right now. My dad, my grandma, and me in the background maybe. Firstly, I got to go to the ZWO booth and meet Simon Lewis. He was a really nice guy. So yeah, I got to see some cool stuff, and yeah, I'm like, yeah. And then the second thing I finally got to meet Scott in the Explore Scientific booth. And then the next part of my journey was Software Bisque, which I got to look at a few of their mounts and take a picture next to their mounts. And the next thing was Skywatcher. And you see Kevin Legore on the right. He's a pretty famous guy from Skywatcher. So, and I got to see some of their newest mounts. It was pretty cool. And then the next thing I stopped over at Astronomy magazine, and I got to meet editor-in-chief Dave Eicher, which that was an honor and a pleasure. So I'm happy about that. And then the next thing, we went over the Lunt solar systems to look at some solar telescopes, and we looked at one of their 80 millimeter apochromatic refractor, I think. And then their 40 millimeter. They were very impressive. So yeah. And then the next thing, we got to go to Astroworld TV, meet Dan, Higgins, Eric, and Jesse, and it was really nice hanging out with the crew. We spent some time there. And then right next door, there was Prima Lucha Lab. And then we got to see Tom from there. And then the next thing, we went back to Explore Scientific when we saw Kent. And then we met him and we took a photo there. It was nice. And then we got to meet Tyler. And then last but not least, Gary Palmer. And it was a really nice experience at NEAF. But and I look forward to going back to NEAF next year, hopefully. I now joined the Texas Astronomical Society, which I'm a new member, and I'm moving to Texas. And then the big deal is that looking forward to the solar eclipse on April 2024. There's a spelling error for eclipse, which please don't mind that. So that's gonna pass over my house at Frisco, Texas, which I'm super excited to look forward to that.
That's awesome.
And I'm looking forward to explore the dark sky in the southern part of the country, which is generally Texas. And I'm planning to go for a lot of star parties, like Okie-Tex, Texas Star Party, and there's a lot more. Now, time for some local Novak Club updates. On May 7th, there's a Northern Virginia Astronomy Club public meeting at 7:30 p.m. at George Mason University. But sadly, we couldn't really have an astronomy day on April 22nd, so they had to postpone it due to weather on May 13th. It's at 6 p.m. And that's all. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Navin. That was excellent. It was really fun to see you in person and meet with your dad and your family. So thanks again for stopping by.
Thank you. Thank you for having me on the show again.
All right.
To be here next week.
Anytime, of course. All right. So who else do we have here? We've got John Schwartz here with us. John, you've got the stage. You are muted, sir. You are still muted.
Unmute. There we go.
There you go. Wow. Okay. Looks
back
like you're at
back
Mount
at
Wilson.
Wilson. Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at this.
That's awesome.
60-inch and I left my phone here, so I had to come back, and they had the gate. I had to run all the way up the gate. I mean, I'm like exhausted right now.
Oh yeah.
I got these new night vision shades. What these do is, before you look, you wear these for an hour and then take them off, and you can see a lot better in the dark. Yeah.
That's true.
So
That's
I've
what
been seeing it for
astronomers
days.
did a long time ago when it was all visual, right? So they would hide in some dark place, and for an hour or so, and then come out and look at through the telescope. So.
Yeah, I mean, it does help to use
Herschel
like a head cover, like a shroud. Howard Banich is an amazing astronomer / sketcher, and he fabricated a rotatable, like a camera obscura. It covers your eyes. It's all Kydex and velvet, and it's, it really makes a difference when you're trying to see those photons from that distance, especially if you don't have the 50-inch like Norm. We could only wish for something that big. But yeah, he was right. When you see the photons, it's different. You really have to study the object in detail and spend a lot of time and make sure your eyes are dark adapted. And the more you study it, the more you start to reveal as far as what you can see. So there is some, patience involved. But when you're sketching, it really takes your game up a notch. It actually teaches you how to see things with averted vision and actually record those. So it's really cool. I'm happy to, have that advantage. But anyway, I'd like to show you guys some pics here that I've got going. What I'm going to do is cut the video for a second so I can concentrate on getting the photos up. So how was NEAF, by the way? Was NEAF a good turnout?
Good.
And
good. Super busy for the imaging conference, of course.
Mhm.
Bigger than, there's two parts of this event. There is the imaging, the astrophotography part of it, which happens 2 days before the main event. And then NEAF itself, with all the, over 100 vendors that show up, and plus all the speakers and all the rest of the stuff that's going on there. So, but everybody was satiated and really happy to see each other, because
Yeah, the
it hasn't
camaraderie.
happened in a few years.
And like Navin said, I mean, Navin, how lucky is he to get to Texas for that? And I heard they weren't allowed.
I
they
know to
don't-
live right on the center line. It's
But
great.
is it true we can't go there to view something about Texas being closed off? I heard something.
I
I'm
don't think that's true.
Oh,
I'm
good.
going to Texas, so I'll slip under the gate if they have one.
Yeah, I really got to see one of these. I've never experienced one of these events. And I heard when you see the actual totality, it's like a life-changing
Good Lord.
experience.
God.
The birds go quiet and there's just this
Yeah,
surreal.
you will have a paradigm shift. That's
Wow.
all I can say. It's beyond anything that you've seen through the eyepiece. It is beyond probably any other astronomical experience you've ever had. It will
Man,
change. It will change you.
I can't imagine what it would be like to see that. So I've got to get there for sure.
Yeah, it's there's just no good way to explain it, So, and this is why people go to see eclipse after eclipse after eclipse, because they just can't get enough of that.
Yeah, it's got to be one of the most life-changing experiences.
Yeah.
That you could
People
imagine.
described it as watching, right up there with, their firstborn child,
Oh, wow.
that kind of thing. I mean, it's just really unbelievable,
Oh yeah, it's got to be just like spiritual.
It is.
To be able to see that.
It is.
Okay, so I think I'm ready. I've got a few. I just wanted to make sure it's seamless, so you guys don't see me struggling to get all these up. Okay, I would come back in. And did it cancel me?
There
I
you
think
are.
it did. So all that was in vain. Oh, wait, here it is. Okay, so let's go ahead and start with the first one. This was actually the sunset tonight. We had a wonderful sunset.
Oh, wow, that's beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, and like how galaxy spiral arms, they form, and I see a lot of the structures in clouds are very similar to the face-on spiral galaxies,
Right.
So it's actually amazing to see. I'm going to go back. It dropped my thing when I put the photos on. I had it all set up, but anyway. So, when I do my solar sketching and, they talk about the advantages of a smaller scope and what you can see. And, actually the smaller scopes are incredible for what you can accomplish in this hobby, especially if you're doing lunar and solar work. And even galaxies and different star clusters, it's a very valuable tool to have. And especially your refractor. I mean, it is honestly like one of my sharpest telescopes. Granted, it doesn't have the aperture, but it makes up in sharpness and resolution. Yeah, and that's an important thing for me because, when I'm doing these sketches, I really need to have some sharp views, because a lot of the time you don't see the detail if the seeing isn't that good, or as optics can have little problems here and there, but it's really nice to have the quality and the sharpness in that refractor, and it's given me some great sketches as well. And I'll share one of these sketches with you in a second once I get my game plan back on. So Adrian, did he check out altogether? Or?
Maybe.
Yeah,
I could tell his internet was
yeah, he was
having
getting
some issues.
some interference in there,
Yep.
but it may be, it's wireless. It could have been wireless issues.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm almost there. Sorry about that.
No problem.
It's been a long day.
Long day, yes.
Yeah, I made it though. I almost didn't make it. It was like crazy because the guy was still working on my bathroom, and I'm like, "Hey, you got to get out of here. I'm up in a few minutes. You're gonna have to leave." and thank God we had everybody up before me, because I really was starting to panic. Because I don't want to miss this. This is so great for me, and sharing my work and just spreading, astronomy to the public and giving back. It's really important stuff. And, our planet really depends on this, that we are able to detect something coming towards us before we get hit.
Right.
So the more
Isn't it amazing that we can do that? Isn't it amazing we can push back on an asteroid and change its orbit? And
it's
just unbelievable. It's unbelievable. It's like, but what seems interesting to me is that it's almost as if anything that we can imagine, okay, if we apply ourselves and really continue to explore, we eventually find these things out there. So
I know, and the Webb telescope is debunking all of our theories. They're not, adding up, like these new galaxies they found, which are massive.
Every time we get a new window in the universe, it's like, okay, back to the drawing board, guys. That's the process of science. The process of science is to try to build one idea, one experiment on top of the other. And that's kind of the crucible to trying to understand what the nature of reality is, the reality of the fabric of nature itself, and
boy, these red lights get you boiled up here. It is.
Do they?
It's hot in here. I'm sweating to death. I got my NASA jacket and I ran up here. So, but anyway. Just make sure the camera's good. Okay, here we are. So this is, of course, the refractor that I do all my, my lunar eclipses and my planetary work. It's just an amazing tool, and I'm very proud that I have it. It's a beautiful.
Thank you. And I like the peer extension that you have on. To get that telescope up in the air, because. That eyepiece gets really low, So.
And with the sun, you always got to be real careful. Like Adrian said that one time, he almost burned his eyeball. That would have been scary,
right?
Because it doesn't take long at all, before something happens.
It's right in an instant. Now we saw a beautiful. Maxi showed a beautiful image of this. Yeah,
Maxi, man, we needed Maxi.
Yeah.
No, I missed it. And I'm so impressed. I've been telling everybody about Maxi. People that were viewing, they had catastrophics where the scope just quit working, the electronics, and they couldn't get it to work. And, some nights end up like that. But when you're him, there is no setback. You're your own worst enemy,
Right.
And what he did with that Eta Carina, that homogeneous, that was the most amazing picture I've ever seen for a telescope that doesn't track.
That was Nico. That's Nico.
Mika, right? Okay, my bad.
Tracking with his Dobsonian by hand, So it's pretty incredible.
So this other image that the other fella did, it was the antenna NGC 4038 in Corvus.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like what Norm says, so this is actually like a view that I get through the 32 and the 28. I mean, it's not a 50, but it's part of the way there. If I could get to the 50 one day, that would just make my life, like the total lunar or solar eclipse. those are two moments. You're not kidding. When you see details like Norm was describing, it is mind blowing.
Yeah.
And it's a real connection. You are part of those photons. That's they're floating in space, and humans, they actually interact with the photons. So
that's right.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, and it's not just you know, some sort of esoteric thinking or something like that. It's really, we're really hardwired to all this stuff, you know. So it's as normal as breathing air, you know.
And when you keep your mindset, you know, on a nice calm wavelength, and you know, you align with the frequency, that nice hum of the universe, and you know, anything that you wish or want you could do, you can make it happen because you're connected, and it's the laws of the universe. So you always got to stay positive and just look at how wonderful, look up and see these things, and it just takes away all the other stuff, you know. This one I wanted to show because we're at Wilson, and this was from Wilson. That's the carbon star, the Campbell's. The Campbell's carbon star. Amazing to see these stars that red. And there's a lot of these that are, you know, red dwarfs and cooler red stars. They're not cool by any means, but, you know, they emit a red wavelength. So when you see that with your eye, it's actually
beautiful.
You don't, it's amazing because we see in
ruby colored. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a great object. Who would have thought? Just a star. Amazing.
Yeah.
This was a moon sketch again. I think I did use your 6-inch on this one. It was just a quarter. Yeah, the triplet. It was a little hazy that night. I was able to get some good resolution, but you know, again, it was going into the clouds a little bit, but I was able to get something. Some fella actually asked me if he could use this for a church presentation.
Oh, nice.
And that's why I create these images to share. And I told him, please feel free, help me, because the more I give, the better it is. You know, to help people enjoy this. This was my image. That's a sketch of Stefan's quintet in Pegasus. Now
it's a joy to see through the eyepiece.
Yeah, I mean, you know, again, like Norm will tell you, I'm sure in Norm's scope, this is probably almost like the Webb telescope. It's got to be brilliant.
That view that you have right there is incredible.
Yeah, that was viewing through the 32 and the 28 on a perfect night, you know, at Pinos when it's 9,000 feet up almost, and you get super, super transparency. And, you know, it's not always like that. So a lot of times you got to just, you know, get out there and keep trying. And then, you know, you get those nights that just are like a perfect night. And then everybody just, you hear people yelling and screaming out in the parking lot. And then everyone, what is it? And they come running. And it's just so much fun. It's so great to go to these events. Again, this was, I was driving home, and I was really, people were trying to run me off the road. It was just a crazy day after all the rains. And then this was the Venus-Jupiter conjunction. And I saw this view. So the mountains that you're seeing is from the 118 going down into Simi Valley from the San Fernando Valley. And the mountains in the way in the background is like Mount Pinos and the mountains in Ojai and Fillmore. And that's where we view. So it's very, you know, a special place for me. So I pulled over and I walked on the bridge and I took this picture, and there were flowers, these flowers all along the freeway. Yeah. The bloom is going on, you know, in Gorman and Fraser Park.
My daughter was remarking to me that she's never, I mean, she's lived in California all of her life and has never seen a bloom like what's in California right now. So
all the water we finally got, but you know, it didn't do much for our astronomy. I will tell you that. It really, it killed me. I've been trying to get some sketches done, and you know, that's the beauty of cloudy nights is if you can't see your stuff, you go on that sketching forum, and you know, you have to join cloudy nights. But I can tell you this, you can see the most amazing drawings of these objects, and I'm like blown away every day by the talent in that forum. And it makes me strive to better my game. This is actually a good friend from Pinos, Andrew. So we met in the forum. He was doing these sketches, and at first I thought he was some old man, because I got him confused with another guy, his handle. And so he would post one, I just went outside and looked at the moon. So I thought I'd sketch it. So he did that. So I did one, and I said kind of something similar.
Yeah.
And it was kind of funny, then later on we got to talking, and he goes, yeah, that's not me. And I go, what? So I felt pretty bad that I had him confused. But he came up and met us at Mount Pinos and did some amazing sketches. And that's him at the helm. You couldn't talk to him because all he was doing was concentrating on getting these sketches that were truly amazing through a 10-inch telescope. And I'd like to have him on some point and show you all some of his work, because he's very, very good artist, astronomer, very knowledgeable. And it's kind of amazing, actually. It's like, I think he was an astronomer in his past life, but you never know. Sorry about that one. That, you have to have the guns to.
Yeah, you've been working out.
How the heck?
Yep,
No, that's. I have to carry these scopes. As you can see, this is my helm, my setup. Christopher did this picture. So I got things everywhere. I got video scopes. I've got, the big 28 right there. And so I just kind of do a variety of stuff, and people come over, and when they see that big scope, boy, they come running. It's a real treat to be behind the helm. Like Norm must feel like God when he has one of those 50-inch telescopes. Again, flowers that I see walking, because, it just reminds me of how beautiful the universe is and what's created from, stars and cometary dust and asteroids that impact our planet, bring in these elements which, form life eventually, the building blocks, amino acids and such. Just amazes me to see the beautiful color and the growth, all reaching for the sun, the giver of life, and the taker too. If these flares go any bad, then they have been, we could be in real trouble, but let's pray. These are just a couple of the tools I use for my good viewing. And I couldn't fit the 9mm in there because it's too big. It's actually one of the biggest eyepieces I have. Your 9, amazing eyepiece.
Oh.
Hey, what's that guy looking at me for? The neighbor, get out of here. This was a crab nebula. I used a little bit of the Malincam data to pull in the interior, because visually you see basically the outer 2/3, pretty much like that in the big telescope. But I'm sure in the 50 you would see it just like this. And in the center is a pulsar, and that's spinning, that's emitting frequencies like a flare, almost like a lighthouse, but they're little blips, super fast. I think they have a time lapse through Hubble that shows that. It's pretty amazing. This is a tough object to sketch and to see in a scope. You really need great seeing, and we got to do it for quite some time to get that detail to start to come out. This was M101, the pinwheel. Now this galaxy, we could see this on our way to New Mexico, going to pick up Merco's 32-inch, and we would hit all these turnouts because they're Brollo 1. And we were like using binoculars, and we're seeing spiral arms with binoculars. So when you can see like that, and if you had an 8-inch telescope or a 10-inch top, you can see quite a bit of detail. Of course, this was looking through that 32-inch, and it blew me right off the ladder. It was only a 2-step ladder too. My scope's 8 steps up, and at zenith, it's like almost 12 feet. So I have a picture of a event horizon underneath my ladder. If you fall, jump in and you'll transport to the galaxy of your choice. This is my comet, Neowise. I did this sketch. It was actually right over the neighbor's house, which was a real cool view. And I told my sister and a couple other friends how to find it. And I drew a diagram on a dinner napkin. I was at the restaurant before I came home, and they were able to find it based on my drawing. So that was very rewarding.
That's very cool. That's very
Yeah. And, whenever we get these events, people always ask me, like when Venus was out there, what is that? Is that an alien? I go, well, did it move? Yes. Well, did it move fast and jerky? No. But you know how you can see objects that appear to move? It's a weird effect that happens, much like an oasis when you're driving. You see that, and sometimes stars appear to move. If they're low to the horizon, there's a lot of disturbance in the air and particulate. It can trick your eye. It's some kind of an effect. I'm not sure of the name, but anyway, this was one of my sketches from Cloudy Nights, and it was a view we had through our scopes at Pinos again. And if you look at the little baby companion, that my dog photobombed me again. I don't know how he got in there. Bosco, see him? I think I have a close-up in there somewhere. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, sorry about that. I have to go back. Sorry, guys. Almost there. That might be the end of those. I might have to load a couple more. So is anyone else coming up after this, or am I the finish?
You are the last one.
Okay, let me do a couple more, and then I'll leave you guys alone for the night. So, and that one is an eagle, and that's from Alaska. And just like Adrian said, you can see amazing detail with just your camera or a cell phone. So like sometimes when I go to restaurants, and it's dark, I can't see as good as I used to. I'll take a picture of the menu and then, do a little enhancement, and then I'm able to read what I'm going to order. Yeah.
That's what I do.
And this is the finish of that beautiful 6-inch triplet. Man, I'll tell you, this is one of my prize scopes. I got the 28, that's a prize, but in this category, this is my tool of, that I use. It's amazing. Love that scope. My license plate, 253.
Yeah. Still the same shot of you standing in front of your truck.
Yeah, I know. It's.
Okay.
I'm gonna move on. We're almost done here. I've got a couple more to show you. I'm scrambling. It's been a very long day. Here's the bone collector. So Boss made another appearance. He, for some reason, when I give the other dogs a bone, he would take the bones and bring them up in the closet and stash them for himself. So he's kind of a funny little fellow. I love him too. He's a good boy. I take him to all my star parties because I have to bring him along with me because my wife, she says all he does is sits by the door. So I have to bring him, or else he'll just sit by the door for days and days and days. And I really feel bad. And then I start getting anxiety. So I have to go home. But I wanted to show you just one more here. I'll close with this one. I tried to put some of the pics in, and sometimes they don't get in loaded properly. But I can just close it with this one. I'm really proud of this one too. I love this one again. So this is what's capable with today's technology and big aperture telescopes. So I created this using Mirko's view with his 32-inch, which is incredible, the resolution. And then I also used part of a cell phone shot, and that's why it gives it that little bit of a, spherical aberration because the lens. But it's amazing you can even pick this up in a cell phone. And the pillars right there, those were done with my 28. because of the sharpness, just like your 6. It's one of those sharp, you can really get the resolution. And believe it or not, this was taken right here from planet Earth to get that. And
I don't think you're changing the pictures there, John.
oh, you're not seeing it?
No.
Oh, I know why. No wonder. Let me bring up Zoom. I think I did it through I thought it was showing you what I was seeing. Okay. Anyway, here's Boss again he was in that M16. I always see him in it, so I kind of paint him in, just try to bring him along.
Sure.
With all the moon shots, and he just really wants to hang out and be with me. And yeah. Okay, I'm gonna wrap it up here. Let me just do the last one. I'll show you this one is a good one. This is the last 2. So that's him close up. He's in the nebula. Can you see it?
Oh yeah, I see it.
Yeah, it's Boss. He's a good boy.
Yes.
And then this was done.
I like that. That's nice.
Yeah, that was actually flowers growing. And I used a cell phone snapshot to get my basic layout, but I painted that in the style of Georgia O'Keeffe. If you remember Georgia O'Keeffe, she was an amazing lady artist that painted beautiful flowers and other things. And I was always envious of the beautiful creations she would create. And so I kind of did this one in honor. And again, the symmetry of it, the symmetry, it's just amazing how these things form like a flower. It looks like a face-on spiral,
Yeah.
Absolutely. Amazing.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Scott. I'm glad I could
make
it. Apologize about the mishaps.
No problem. No problem.
But thanks everyone for your patience, and it's a pleasure to be here. So thank you all.
All right. Okay. So I just want to thank all of the people that gave presentations here, and I want to thank the audience that watched our program, from around the world. If you're watching this in rerun, there's so much information in Global Star Parties that you really should kind of just dive in and check out the different presentations and stuff. We do things from, image processing techniques to music, like Normand Fullum singing.
Wow, he killed that one. That was
right. Incredible, space art, like what you see here with John Schwartz, to people using some very simple equipment to make amazing astrophotographs. Some one or two of our presenters has done astrophotography with Dobsonian that you don't even has no motors, has no electronics, only a camera attached to his computer, at the focuser end. But I'm really I get humbled by the people that come to Global Star Party and express themselves, and share their views of the universe and their knowledge and their expertise and all the rest of it. And if you are someone that's interested in coming on Global Star Party, just email me. My email address is the letter S. It's as simple as can be, s@explorescientific.com. Very happy to go over what Global Star Party is and how you too can be a presenter. So anyways, you guys have a good night, and as my friend Jack Horkheimer always said, keep looking up. Good night.
Thank you. Bye.